Here.
Vice Mayor Rackett.
Here.
Councilman Bolsonaro.
Here.
Councilman Zero.
Here.
Councilman Liang.
Here. If you would stand with me for the pledge, remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, again, we ask for wisdom and guidance. We thank you for the rain, and we pray that this will go smoothly and everyone will treat each one civilly. So again, we pray for a lot of wisdom. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Are there any changes to the agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the agenda and a second. Any council discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. We now go to swearing in of council members. Who's doing that, Susan? And then following this is something that's very unique to Loxahatchee Groves. So we've had ice cream socials, we've had a lot of stuff, but we have a cake back there. Yes, for no food fights.
Mr. Rackett, please stand and raise your right hand.
One at a time.
I state your name, please.
Jim Rocket,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
and government of the United States and of the state,
and government of the United States and of the state,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state
under the Constitution of the state
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of council member
and that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of council member
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am now about to enter.
Mayor Downey, please.
Pretty bad, it gets so complicated, we've got to have cheat sheets.
Raise your right hand, please. I state your name.
I, David Browning,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and of the state,
and of the state,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
that I am duly qualified to hold office
that I am duly qualified to hold office
under the Constitution of the state
under the Constitution of the state
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and the charter of the town of Loxahatchee Groves,
and that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of council member
and that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of council member
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which now I am about to enter. All right, we are going to take a break and have some cake. Is that the plan?
Yep, it's the plan.
All right. So is that all for one, or is it? How do you want to do it?
We'll go ahead. You want to okay. Give her about a minute. We'll take maybe a 10-minute break. We'll wait to have some cake.
Okay. Reset.
That's right. It's uncertain. It's uncertain. Yeah, I'm all for that.
He's the guy that
Yeah, I'm gonna get you a great big piece of cake. You can't eat cake? Can we do like a wedding? I know. You're gonna have to say, take it
Supposed to be Did you get my audio? I had to go eat more. I know I recorded it and I took it up there for it, so I figured if you wanted it. And I did email it to you to get it back. You sent it. But I don't think it was up there. She always takes it. So it's only fair.
Then you got the They handed it to me so quick. I give you that one before we get to it. Now you got the cake. You got the
I'll take the last one.
Well, you know.
You don't have to speak to it,
Oh, you're welcome.
That was empty. Oh, yeah, my wife stuff. All right, everybody take a seat. Grab a piece of cake and take a seat if you like. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Any additions, corrections on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, we have a motion to accept the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second. Second by Ron. Further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. No presentations tonight, right? Correct, sir. Okay. Moving, no committee, no public hearings. Moving to item 6. Ordinance, first reading, public hearing. Mike.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, would you like me to read the title before the presentation? Motion received, proposed ordinance 2013-02, an ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Rock Coast Florida, amending Part 3, titled Supplemental Regulations.
Can you turn the microphone on a little, please?
Can you hear me better now? Yeah. Okay, I forgot that from last time, I apologize. Ordinance 2013-02, an ordinance of the Town Council, the Town of Rock Coast Florida, amending Part 3 entitled Supplemental Regulations, Article 80 entitled Conditional Uses, Section 80-020 entitled Residential Enterprise, for the Town of Waxahachie Grove's Unified Land Development Code to permit a limited number of customers to transact business at the location of a residential enterprise, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
Just some quick history on this. At your February 5th, 2013 meeting, Town council deliberated on this matter and directed the staff to come back with an amendment. The amendment in question was to the residential enterprise, which with the language is allowing up to 3 clients or customers may be present at the same time to transact business on the premises. This item was taken to the LPA at their meeting on March 14th, and we have a typo in that in the report. It's 2013. The LPA, on a motion by member Joyce and seconded by alternate member number 2, Burns-Guillaume, denied ordinance 213-02 by a 5-0 vote. The reasons were articulated in a motion that I'm going to read verbatim. It's by allowing customers to go into accessory buildings. Are we changing the occupancy of the accessory buildings from residential to commercial? And if so, what building code requirements would need to be addressed? ADA requirements, signage as far as now I have a commercial business. I would also not approve this because I don't see any language, that this language is consistent with our comp plan. In addition, there are no hours of operation limitation addressed in the ordinance. There is no way to enforce the number of clients at one time. We are creating more work for ourselves. The unintended consequences, or we are creating commercial uses to be allowed to the residential community. That was in fact the motion, which was passed by a 5-0 vote. On requested action, motion to approve ordinance 213-02.
Okay. All right, open it up for discussion. Council members?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
there's a couple things in the ordinances I think are different than what we talked about last time, and I'd like to bring this up. The first thing relates to size of property, and there are several of the businesses that I think the people had in mind. They're on less than 5 acres. I don't want to name who or what, the furnitures that are on less than 5 acres.
Microphone, please.
Sorry, did it work out? What I'm saying is that the, the issue I have is relative to the size of property. There are several known businesses that have been in operation for a long time that are on smaller than 5 acres, and I think that should be considered. Once again, somehow the employee restriction has come back, which I know we all said on the hay ordinance that we're not going to get into deciding how many people will be in any particular, as far as how many people could work there. This was designed to be a one-size-fits-all and resolve the hay issue, so we don't want to bring up again, once again, how many people does it take to load a hay truck or whatever, back again to the market will determine how many people work at any given facility. And also we have some delivery issues where, once again, the hay ordinance, or the hay use wouldn't be allowed because they don't get their hay by UPS, Federal Express, or similar small package carriers. So there's 3 things that we never talked about that got in here, I don't know how. But I would suggest that they be removed because they go against what it is we were talking about the last time.
No, this isn't hay.
Well, this was the hay. Remember the last time we said this and the hay were all one thing.
Okay.
That's what we did the last time. We shelved the hay orders, and we said this would cover all of that. So the thing is that somehow these items have gotten in here, and they.
Mr. Mayor, just my recollection, and it doesn't mean it's perfect, is that at the last meeting, the reason that the hay ordinance was set aside because you wanted to have the ULBC look at what was called the historical legacy ordinance. This is not that historical legacy. This is an existing code section, and the only change in it is what you directed, which was to allow a certain number of customers to this existing, or to change that one prohibition of customers. So if you want to do something different, we can do something different with this ordinance, but that only direction that was given, I guess I think it was 2 meetings ago, was to change the number of customers. But if you would like to look at the other issues in the ordinance, you can. It will require us to go back and review those issues because those were not part of the drafting and not part of the review by planning and zoning.
Okay. Anybody else?
I want to agree with Tom for the simple fact that
we agreed, or I thought we agreed last shift that historical legacy, which our ULDC people are working on right now, our committee. Tom's right, you may have a mom and pop business that is functioning right now on 2.5 acres or 1.25 acres. That was one of the complaints when we got incorporated by a couple residents that they lived on 1.25 acres and their ag and stuff would be pulled from them because they didn't have enough acreage, because when you have homestead, 1 acre is qualified as homestead and you can't classify it as ag. But no, I agree with Tom, and I'm noticing his license here is good until August 1st, 2013. I know that he needs to get back in business. So I don't know if we can pass this as a first reading and then correct the problems for the second reading and complete it. But I definitely want the process to move on schedule and not be extended another meeting or another month for the second reading. Now, can we do that? But limiting it to 5 acres, I don't believe that we're being fair to the people of Loxahatchee that have had these historical businesses or historical legacy in Loxahatchee prior to incorporation. And I believe his business has been here for about 23 years, so he definitely would fall in that category.
Mr. Mayor, if I could respond. Yes. I think Councilman Gerald was asking a question. Yes, this ordinance as of right now affects the residential enterprise because that's what we had slotted Mr. Coleman. And I understand the urgency that you feel relative to the ordinance. Having said that, I also understand some of the concerns that the Planning and Zoning Board raised with this issue. So I guess I would offer as a compromise, and our attorney can tell us if the compromise is appropriate. If it is your inclination to go ahead and move forward with the ordinance, and we can construe it to be almost like an interim ordinance. And in the meantime, I think, staff is working on a couple of different proposals. One of them being, right now, that's probably won't be the final name for that, but basically the historical legacy. And we'll look at residential enterprise, we'll look at home occupation, we'll look at all those things to see how we can kind of put that all together and come up with some regulations. And I guess, hopefully, we'll be able to do that in short order. When I say short order, hopefully 2 to 3 months, maybe have that ready. So if this is passed as an interim, we can go back and revise it with new legislation. And I guess, Mike, does that sound like that could be workable?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this ordinance, it's going to be permanent until you change it. It can be changed in the context of historical legacy. My thought is, and sitting here listening to discussion of the council, is that this ordinance is going to have to be reviewed as part of that anyway. It's just that that process is going to take weeks or months. This was intended to address an issue that you're aware of now, so that this person would, or those entities would not have to wait the months-long process while they go through it. So if you adopt it, it's going to be the law of the town of Loxahatchee Groves. At some point in the future, whether it be a month, 6 months, a year, and it's revisited, that will be the law of Loxahatchee Groves. If that makes any sense.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, if we did not put this on our agenda tonight to discuss, it still would be in effect, and it would still apply, and it still says 5 acres, and that wouldn't change. We brought it up tonight to try to fix one problem, understanding that there's a bigger effort underway that will address, I think, the items that Tom has brought up, and what Ron is agreeing with. But this is something that we were not putting this on the agenda tonight to address the items on it that might conflict with what the desire of this legacy concept is. This was specific only to the problem that was presented, which is not within our control because ATF now is looking at our documentation, and it's not something we can just say, oh, by the way, we can hold off any enforcement or anything like that. So this was, if we didn't have this on our agenda tonight, nothing would change. It still is there, part of our ULBC. So all we're trying to do is to tweak it for now. I like the idea that this will fall into the bigger picture later. I don't see anything that any damaging action we can take just by tweaking the one line, because we're not changing, we're not adding 5 acres, it's already there. We're not changing the number of employees that are already there. And this is not something that we're introducing some new restrictions. This is there. So I guess just focusing on why we have it on the agenda, just to fix the one thing, address it, and then I think the bigger picture will be addressed, and this will be, swept up hopefully into it. And if you can put it under one category, or if we have to have pieces that address exceptions, then we do that at that time. But I'd like us to move forward with this item tonight, and understanding that we will rework this particular item in conjunction with the other discussions that we've had about home-based business and mom-and-pop operations.
For you in here that don't know what's going on, sometimes I think it seems like we're up here talking in code or whatever. There's a gentleman that's had a business selling firearms out of his home for over 27 years. He sells maybe 10 guns a year. He's got a federal firearms license, and he's been part of our community for a lot of years. The federal firearms group came down, his license was in order, everything was in order, but they looked at town codes, and I guess they've got nothing better to do, and they said, oh gee, in-home businesses aren't allowed to have walk-up traffic. So, he sells maybe 10 guns a year, so it's not really affecting that much. We're trying to get this to where it can stay in business. He supplies a lot of farmers, with what they need for the blackbirds and the, stuff eating the sweet corn. So that's what we're trying to do, is allow him to stay in business.
Being that this is just the first reading, I think we can make a couple changes here. And while I understand what Jim is trying to say, I don't think that it should take somebody else getting a code violation to then come back and say, no, we knew about them, but we didn't fix it tonight. And I think if we fix the things which I said, which is B, G, and I,
Okay.
we would find that Pikes would be in compliance, and so would numerous other people. Well, we solve some problems instead of kicking the can. So
Okay.
I'd like to propose and make a motion that B, G, that we adopt this ordinance with the removal of section B, section G, and section I. Section I.
All right. We have a motion.
You can second that.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion by council members. Then I've got 3 by the public. All right, Dennis Levin. Then I've got Howard Ward. You want to speak to this one, Howard?
Yeah.
Okay. And then John Ryan.
Council members, and congratulations, Mr. Rocket, Mayor, for re-election. I wish Grace was here, because she knows a lot more about ADA and zoning and process and things that's under what you're talking about tonight. Because if you're allowing retail to happen on a business enterprise, then you're on a slippery slope. As far as the hay goes, when we were thinking about that when drafting the ULBC, that's part of ag. So a home-based nursery doesn't have to go be a home-based enterprise, but it's a nursery. It already has ag. So somebody who's selling hay out of their driveway is already ag. They already have big trucks delivering things. So it's entirely different. It's not an internet-based business. It's not what was in mind when the ULBC was written. But there's a team of lawyers that just travels throughout the state of Florida and going by, just drive by, and they can look at the door, go measure the door, and if it's not wide enough, they sue them and they win under ADA, the Health with Disabilities Act. And that's what we're letting ourselves in for, because we pass this ordinance, we're then part of that problem. I think this guy can go ahead, from what I've seen, what we discussed at zoning, planning and zoning, as a home occupation. You can have customers. We have piano teachers, we have seamstresses, we have people who come in to their home, transact business, and walk out. Why do we want to complicate things by striking whole sections of an ordinance that, you know, no one here is really, you know, prepared for that, because that's not what came out in the agenda pack. So I think this guy can be told, just, you know, have it, you know, if we can get a decision from council and from the town manager, I think that would solve the problem. That's what we discussed at the local planning agency, and the town manager seemed to think that would, that might work, but it's up to you guys.
And Dennis, I'm glad you said that, because I know that when we sat in there originally, that was our intent. The person that had a little, you know, music thing or a tax preparation, which kind of assumed that people were going to walk, you know, come there to get their, pick up their taxes or whatever. But somehow we got written in there that there is no walk-up traffic or something like that. And maybe what we need to do is just take that out of the original. I mean, I don't know. But that became the sticking point, is that one little item, and that was never our intent.
No, but we still have home occupation.
Right. No, I know. He's all right for everything except the little line that said there will be no walk-up customer traffic or whatever.
He doesn't even need to apply to be a home-based enterprise. He can just be a home occupation.
No, I understand, but the Bureau of Alcohol and Firearms and Tobacco disagree. Howard?
Howard Warren, you wrote a couple of things. This can be voted on one way or another and not have anything to do with the historical legacy. It can be looked at completely separate. I agree something has to be done. The 5 acre requirement is ridiculous, especially in the context that you're discussing right now. Nobody needs 5 acres to be a math tutor or to be a tax consultant, okay? And if planning and zoning sees a problem with it as worded, and it should be written under home-based businesses or allowed to have people come and sit there, then that's how to do it. I personally believe that that is something that should have been presented to us today, rather than have to go back to the drawing board, because I believe it's obviously Dennis Lipp was aware of it. I believe the attorney and town manager should be aware of it, and I don't know why we're being presented with an ordinance that they're telling us doesn't work, or we're going to have police raiding everybody's doorway. When Dennis came up with an obvious remedy for it, it can't possibly be foreign to our manager and attorney. So I would like to see something voted on today, but it has to be done in a way that's legal and going to stick, and I don't see how it will interfere with the eventual historical legacy. But the 5 acres got to go.
Thank you, Howard. John Ryan?
John Ryan, 3508 A Road. Mr. Mayor and Council, particularly Mr. Mayor, I think you hit on the right compromise for now. I think we amended the portion of the code that deals with no walk-up traffic. That's the way to let things, I think, rest without the tremendous complication that I believe the Planning and Zoning Board addressed. That if you put this ordinance in, you're kind of doing spot combination zoning of ag, res, and commercial. And that can do nothing but undermine the whole code and create legal issues for anybody that wants to do business out here. I think in the background, the ULDC is dealing with the historic businesses. I think the work of the ULDC Review Committee ought to apply to all of these businesses, whether it's hay or gun sales, whatever, and deal with it under the special exception portion of the town code. And I think it would be a tremendous mistake to vote on an ordinance, however you modify it tonight, because all it does is create problems. And I think the 5-0 vote of the Planning and Zoning Committee that all of y'all nominated to be able to rely on their expertise, and that committee does contain people with a lot more planning experience than any of us have. So I think that your compromise to eliminate the portion of the code that deals with no walk-up traffic, I think that's the way to resolve this tonight.
Thank you, John. All right, question mark. Is that doable?
Well,
Without going through all this? I mean, we have a motion and a second, and we're willing to go, ready to go forward. Can we do something that simple? Because that became the sticking point.
Well, that is the ordinance before you. That's how it was made, and that's how Mike.
Just taking out that, all I'm talking about is taking out that one
That's what
line.
it is, and then
That the ordinance before you takes out that one line as it relates and adds the line up to 3 clients at one time. The chairman is right. We had a long discussion about home-based businesses and the whole 9 yards as it relates to those issues. One of the issues I would tell you with the home office, which makes it difficult, is that the definition, that indicates in the home office that you don't have traffic come to the residence either. But there was a lot of discussion relative to uses like a piano teacher or some kind of musical teacher where the students have to come to the home. And you know, you might get into areas where you go into CPAs and things like that. So I think it's incumbent upon the town to look at both the home-based office business use, the residential enterprise, and that's what we're saying, and we would probably try to look at that within the, I know we're separating the historical legacy, but some of the uses that you're trying to basically protect by virtue of the fact that they've existed for years also falls under that. So it may be that we can put it all together in one package and try to address all those issues. But to answer your question tonight, that's the way the ordinance is before you. And obviously Councilman Golson made an amendment, so you could go either way. But I think, I don't know, based upon the changes, Mike, do we have a title?
Well, I have to, if you want to make any additional changes in the ordinance, it does change the title, which we can do, it's first reading. We need to know what the exact text you want to change is, how you want to change it.
Mike, I'm kind of looking at two different things, really. You know, I understand what Tom did, and I'm in agreement with him, on the 3 points. I'm just trying to make it simpler than that. If we had an easier way just to take that one item out of that, and we can't do that.
we could take that one item out of the ordinance.
Right.
We could just as easily take the other 3 things that I have said, and it will make no difference
Okay.
at all.
This is the whole ordinance that they deal with.
For a residential enterprise, this is the requirement of the code. Yes, this is what exists now, except for what is stricken.
All right.
I mean,
I
I'm sorry,
just feel
added,
bad
but
knowing
stricken
that
is
there's
in
people who were doing one thing for this guy, and I don't have the other guy up here saying, I could see my situation fixed.
Okay.
And I see the place 3 times a day.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't come prepared to talk about anything other than one item, and I think it's not fair to us to take on other things that we weren't prepared to discuss with the background or any other pros and cons. Just taking one item that we have presented to us, fix that. I don't think it exposes anybody else any different than they have been exposed to the last year. It doesn't change anything. We're not adding 5-acre limit, it's already been there. So I think we're prepared to discuss whether make the simple change or not, have it redone later in the context of a bigger picture, or we go back to this particular item and we then carve up the acreage and come up with some kind of a limit. I mean, do you have no limit, so is this going to be half acre that you can have, maybe? But I'm not prepared to discuss that. I don't think it's fair for us to take up the subject in the one we were presented.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
The motion, the second is for the amendment.
For the amended, taking out the 3.
So that would be eliminating those 3 sections in their entirety.
Correct.
D,
G,
And
would be removing those 3. So the effect of the amendment would be to have an ordinance that eliminates B, eliminates G, amends H, and eliminates I.
And this will take care of Mr. Klein's problem, correct?
Well, only H would have taken care of Mr. Klein's problem for right now. And the additional, if you want to make additional changes, that's certainly up to you.
All right.
You can do either way.
Okay, that's our motion that we've got. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And I say aye. Opposed? Okay. Passes.
Now I need to read a new title
Okay.
of the ordinance. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Waxahachie Groves, Florida, amending Part 3 entitled Supplemental Regulations, Article 80 entitled Additional Uses, Section 80-020 entitled Residential Enterprise of the Town of Waxahachie Groves Uniform Development Code, to delete the property size requirements, the regulations relating to number of employees, and delivery of merchandise. To permit a limited number of customers to transact business at the location of the residential enterprise, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and effective date.
All right. Good deal.
I was in there as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, what I is the delivery of merchandise.
All right.
So let me just make sure I got that covered in the title. Slash requirements, employees and contractors, delivery of merchandise, and to amend the section on number of employees. That's the revised title.
Okay.
And those changes will be made if you approve this tonight, and it will be advertised with a new title for second reading.
All right, so we just approved it, right?
Now you got to approve the ordinance as amended. I just read the title again, now you got to approve it as read. You only approve the amendment.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 2013-02 as amended for the first reading.
Second. Motion by Ron, second by Tom. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Same sign. Passes 5-0. All right, moving to administrative update. There's no resolutions, right? Okay.
Only one update, Mayor and Council. Today I attended by teleconference a first meeting that was held by FDOT relative to pond siting along Southern Boulevard in relation to the future widening of the Southern Boulevard corridor. There will be, I received information today from FDOT that I will put on our website that will provide all the information that people are interested in looking at, a series of maps, etc. There will be 3 additional meetings on the pond siting. I believe one is April 4th, another is April 23rd, and it ends in May. Today was an introduction, go from Wine Country Safari to Forest Hill, so they had these sections in there, we're going over potential locations. They've developed a matrix based upon a number of criteria, which they're further refining, in which the next couple meetings will be to start to do that pond siting. We will follow up on that, and if we can attend a meeting or by teleconference, and they did indicate that they're also going to schedule a meeting with me to come up and talk about various locations within the town. I would also add Steve Yowie, on behalf of the Water Control District, was also on the conference call, so he did participate as well. And so I will make this information available to you, and I will put it on the website, so if anybody's interested in attending or listening in. The meetings are down at Fort Lauderdale, down at Commercial Boulevard, where FDOT has their offices, so obviously you've got to plan to spend some time if you want to go to be at the meetings in person. They do give you call-in numbers, and they'll participate by teleconference as well. So I just wanted to let you know that that's in the mix, that's happening now. That concludes my report.
Okay. Ron?
Martin, would you please make sure that I know about it? I might even go to Fort Lauderdale, but I definitely want to be in on office.
All right. Any other comments to our manager? All right, moving to 9, old business.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Town Council, you have before you this evening a request by the Initiative Committee to have the town clerk's determination of insufficiency of the 2 petitions reviewed by the Town Council pursuant to the town's charter. You may recall that, I'm not going to go through the chronology set forth in my memorandum, that the clerk did find 2 grounds for insufficiency. One, that the petitions did not have the text of the ordinance attached, and second, that the affidavit indicated that the text of the petition was available to individuals who signed the petition, and the charter says that it's to provide that the text of the ordinance is provided to individuals. I would at this time suggest to the mayor that you hear from the town clerk to go over that determination of sufficiency. You should hear from anybody who wishes to speak from or on behalf of the committee. And it is your custom to hear from both if they turn in the sheets. And then you make a determination. The council needs to make a determination whether you approve or disapprove the clerk's determination of insufficiency. that will, recall you've got 2 certificates. You've got to take action on the 2 different requests to review. One for the petition to rescind ordinance 2012-04, and one to rescind ordinance 2012-05. So with that, I turn it back over to you. We'll be happy to answer any questions as you go along.
Okay.
Okay?
Susan, would you like to step up, please?
I think so far Meredith had plenty of material.
Speak loudly in the microphone, so we can hear you.
Can everyone hear me now?
Closer.
I don't want to swallow this microphone. I think everyone, up until this point, both the public and the town council has received plenty of information concerning the reasons for insufficiency. And all that I can tell you is that I received what was supposed to be turned in as a complete package by the committee, and I took it in as a complete package. And when I looked at it, along with the town manager and the town attorney, and went point by point through the charter, I did not see the full text of the ordinance attached to the complete package that was delivered. Also in the affidavit, I did not see language to me that indicated that the full text of the ordinance was attached. That led me to determine that the petitions were insufficient.
Okay. All right, any questions for Susan? All right, thank you, Susan. Public comments, I've got Dennis left.
Mr. Mayor, I think this was a request of the committee. I don't know if there's any members of the committee. I think it would be appropriate to hear from them before we open up to the public. I do want to say that this afternoon about 4:20, I did receive a letter from the attorneys, which I have provided to the town clerk, setting forth the position of the committee. If there's no one here from the committee to provide that position, I'd be happy to summarize it.
Todd had a card here, but he was next, so
Okay. But it is in the record, and it was provided to you all this evening, but again, I did not get it until this afternoon.
Okay. Todd, what up?
This is the copy of the letter that was sent also.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. Todd McLennan, D Road. I was on the committee for the petition. I'm here to speak about the insufficiency that was stated to have been done on this. The paperwork that says that we're supposed to have had with the petition when we circulated the petition was in fact attached to the petition. It simply wasn't turned in when we turned the petition in because it didn't say we needed to turn it in. You said we needed to have it attached while we were circulating the petition. So we cleared that up after the fact when there seemed to be some kind of confusion as to whether it was attached or not. And we did provide the documentation that was attached. Although it wasn't necessary, because our town charter doesn't say we need to turn that in, it just says we have to have it attached while we're circulating the petition. When we turn it into the town office, we're no longer circulating the petition, we're turning it in. So, you know, the action that's being taking place right now is exactly what was suspected. You're trying to find an I that wasn't dotted, T that wasn't crossed to try and stop the people from voting. Now, I know, you know, at least one council member up here promised that there wasn't going to be any kind of legal maneuvers played to try and stop the people from voting. You guys are, you know, you're jumping to the conclusion stating that we're going to have to pay $5 million to the college, and that's why you want to stop the vote. We can worry about how the vote's going to go once we get to that point. We can determine what our risks are before we vote. Right now, this is to determine whether we should have the vote, not what the possible risks are as to how the outcome is. You guys need to look at this. Everybody that signed this petition knew full well this was to allow us to vote whether the college came there or not. Simple. What the risks are involved in all that, then we can discuss all that after we've gotten to the point where we're going to have a vote. But to discuss it and worry about it now, we shouldn't be worrying about that right now. We should be worrying about the fact that over 250 people signed a petition that said we should have the right to vote on whether the college comes here or not. And I respectfully ask you tonight to make it sufficient, and let's move forward and get this thing done. You guys have dragged it on a long time. There's no reason to drag it on any longer. The longer you drag it on, the worse for the college it is, and the worse for the community it is. Let's get the vote out there, let's get it done, and put it behind us. It's simply under you guys' hands how long we want to drag that out. Thank you.
All right, Dennis Lip. And I've got Marshall Moore.
Council members, I've been a supporter of the college since day one. When I first took Dr. Campbell on the tour with Commissioner Santa Maria. And nothing has changed there. I think the Congress has a good point. Is what some of us 200 folks signed on. Probably ought to go ahead with that referendum. I don't want to say that, but it was turtle in their mouth. But I think we should. Because it's something that those who are friends of the college need to unite on this and put on a very vigorous campaign, letting people know the truth, that if they vote for this, that corner is going to be looking like something from Military Trail, 300,000 square feet of commercial low and offices, as well as a 19-unit gated community, 0 lot line. That ain't Los Angeles. The college will be our neighbor for the next 50 years or longer, well past any of us sitting in this room tonight. And something that people in this whole community will enjoy. But that's for campaign to get going. And I may even volunteer to chair that campaign. It's going to take a lot of money. And I don't have a lot of money. So everybody's going to need to chip in to get this campaign going. So,
Thank you, Dennis. Now remember, this issue is not regarding the college or anything. It's regarding the sufficiency or insufficiency of the petition. So anyway, Marcia Newell.
Hey, Marcia Newell, 3508 Cedar Road, and I am a member of the committee. I think the recent election perhaps brought to your attention that the town has very strong feelings both ways. I think that it is time that the town is allowed, the people of the town are allowed to voice more than they do now, because who wants to sit here in this room and go through the stuff that we go through in here. Like I said, I've lived here over 40 years, and I've only recently started coming because I get so irritated once a month that I have to take extra blood pressure pills. But I think that it's time, since we haven't found a way to let all citizens know what's going on, that now they're aware. People all of a sudden now know, hey, we're going to have a college, on B Road. And let them vote. I have not decided myself, but I think that it's something that we need to vote on. I think it's only fair, and as far as threatening us with commercial on that corner, we don't have to approve the commercial on that corner. We don't have to have a gated community. We don't have to have old fogey's home on the other corner. Okay? And believe me, when I get old enough not to live out here, I sure as hell don't want to stay here. But really, let us have a voice. Let us vote, and it'll make everybody happy, yay or nay. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. I've got Howard Moore. And I've got Ken Johnson.
Howard Warren, E Road. I did not sign the petition. I'm 100% for the college. However, at this point in time, I believe you should recognize the sufficiency of the petition, mainly because I feel, number one, we can all go out there and work together and get the residents to vote in favor of the college. I am convinced of that fact. However, I really would like the college to sweat it out a little bit because I think we can get a better deal. I wanted that college to be isolated just like Palms West Hospital is isolated, and it is not. I'm 100% in favor of Bill Lauda's idea of blowing up the B Road Bridge and making a road on the west side of A Road. Now that sounds ridiculous, but that college in my mind needs to be isolated. And then we have our cake and eat it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Ken Johnson.
Mr. Mayor and Council, as I've said before, I'm going to say it again. I looked at this issue from many aspects because I was in retailing for numbers of years. and I know what happens to commercial properties. In the case of the college being there, there's a lot of us that live down in this neck of the woods that have had input since 1992 as to what should be the best fit for that piece of property. The college gives us, the citizens of Waxahachie Grove, a lot of things that they may or may not be aware of. One, the college takes care of its own property. There'll never be a for sale sign out there. There'll never be vacancy when their lease runs out. We know that they're going to be there. Between the college and the piece of property across the road, or across B Road, they've agreed to pay you B Road from Collecting Canal all the way to Southern and install speed humps, which will help cut down the traffic tremendously. Because let's face it, one of the biggest problems that we have in this town, believe it or not, is traffic, cut-through traffic. It happens on the north end, happens on Okeechobee Boulevard, and with the college coming there, it's going to happen on B Road, but that's going to be minimized because if you look at traffic studies, every road that has been opened, speed humps in it, the traffic has declined. It's forced that traffic in other directions. And that's what we want. Joe Lalani, Bob Benz, we want to see the plans of how B Road is going to be constructed from Southern to Collecting Canal. Because how it's designed is where the pavement hits the road. So they, getting back to the college, they have their own security force down there. We as citizens are going to have to pay more money for you guys to hire the sheriff's department to go down there and deal with a big box situation that we say we don't need. So consequently, there are so many features that the college offers. They aren't open after 10 o'clock. They aren't open on legal holidays. They're closed. And they will abide by that. So I support the college and everything that we've tried to do for the best fit for the community to save us tax dollars. And I believe the college is the way to go. Thank you.
All right, John Ryan. And then I've got Ian.
John Ryan, 3508 Road. Unlike some of the other comments, I don't see anything about the petition as a joking matter. People had over a year with workshops and several town council meetings and the ability to call town council members to make their feelings heard and learn more about it. Both the town crier and the Palm Beach Post covered the developments as they took place. I don't believe we have a community of hermits out here that just don't pay attention to anything, don't listen to anything, and are not aware of anything. So I think that the recent awakening has perhaps other motivations than real sincerity. The determination of the town clerk was done in conjunction with the town attorney and the actual wording of the charter, and the determination was that the petition was insufficient. My own feeling, and I think this is a very well-researched feeling, and it is consistent with some of the background information that was researched by our town attorney as part of Resolution 21222, and with respect to one of the outstanding law firms in the state, that the petition is asking the town to violate 2 state statutes. I mean, it's in absolute violation of 2 state statutes. I think it's an embarrassment for the town to allow a petition that says, hey, we want the town to violate 2 state statutes. I think it's wrong, and I don't think you should go forward with it.
And again, I remind everybody, this is not regarding college or statutes. This is regarding the sufficiency or insufficiency of the petition. All right, Ann?
Ann Parker, Lexington Hill, and B Road. I forgot who it was that came by the house with a petition. And the original petitioners, people that were starting it, they come by and asked me about it. And my comment was, should have thought about it a long time ago. But anyway, that's done and over with. That petition had nothing attached to it. It was just a petition. When we were at the landowners meeting, it was asked to have the petition. The only petition that they gave us that night was just the one sheet that had the signature. So that's it.
Thank you, Ann. Grace Joyce?
Good evening, for the record, Grace Joyce. Again, we talked about this a lot. I've sent you all emails. We've talked about the LPA tonight. Though, as you pointed out, Mayor, it's about whether or not the petition is sufficient or insufficient. And I would commend the town in the process that they went through to make this determination, because I know no one in this room took this lightly one way or the other. So again, this is process and transparency, which is something that I've talked about many times standing up here. And I think this is an excellent example, again, of how process works and how transparency works, even though everyone in this room may not agree with what the final answer is at this point. I do think it's important that, the town attorney and all those folks who took the time out, the town clerk, to do this, be recognized for following process. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, next step, Mike.
Well, at this point, you all need to discuss your next action. The charter does provide for the town council to approve the findings or the certificates of insufficiency for each petition or to disapprove. And depending on that, I could go through what the next step would be, but it'll probably be more relevant when you've made your determination.
Okay. Comments by council members?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, remind everybody of the point, and we've been reminding them, the point of this discussion is whether the petition was sufficient or insufficient. Not whether the college good or bad. It's all about the process that was followed, and whether it was that what was spelled out in our charter, or is it something that did not follow our town charter. The point that the petition did not include the full text of the ordinance, that's the way it was received. It really begs the question, when you have a petition with all the effort that went into it and turned in, and you're missing the key item, which is the full text of the ordinance, it's really hard to imagine that you went through the trouble of removing it before you submitted it. Secondly, Mr. McClendon then submitted affidavits. And each of the affidavits, one covering 212-04, one covering 212-05, number 6 states, throughout circulation of the petition for initiative for repeal of the Town of Waxahachie Groves Ordinance 2012-04 and also 05, the petition had attached thereto Ordinance 2012-04, also 05, in full text. He declared that under perjury, under penalty of perjury. Now I've got here, which the council has a copy of, in addition to a letter from one of those that signed, a statement that says, and these are those that signed the petition, and there's 6 of them for each of the petitions. The undersigned, registered voter of the town of Waxahachie Groves, by affixing his or her signature to this document attests to the following. 1, I signed the petition for the initiative to repeal the Town of Waxahachie Groves Ordinance 2012-4 and the same statement for 2012-05. 2, petition for the initiative to repeal the Town of Waxahachie Groves Ordinance 2012-04 did not, I repeat, not have the full text attached thereto of Ordinance 2012-04, nor was the full text of Ordinance 2012-04 provided to me to read at the time of the signing, and that the petition was in fact only a 2-page document, a copy of which is included in the attachment to this 1-page signature document. What's attached to this 1-page signature document, which has only 6 people, but it's a sampling of 6 people that signed the petition. It has attached to it the original petition that was turned into the town, absent the ordinance in full text. Now these 6 people, now there's 6 of them, are calling Mr. McClendon a liar, as I am, because he states that it was attached thereto. And there's a sampling that says it was not. So you've got one person saying, I attached it, and you've got 6 saying they didn't attach it. In addition, I just heard Ann tell us she didn't see anything attached, but she didn't sign the ordinance. I'd like to read briefly from one of those that signed a letter that she wrote to me and fellow Waxahachie Groves residents. My name is Lacey Hancock, and I have lived in Waxahachie for 11 years. Currently, I am a student at Palm Beach State College. I was tricked by Todd McClendon. Todd came to my house one afternoon, asked me to sign this petition, so, in quotes, so we as a town could vote on this steamed debate at the next election, end of quote. I told Todd the day he came to my home that I currently attend the college and was unsure if he wanted me to sign this paper due to the fact that I indeed want the new Palm Beach State College campus located on Southern Boulevard. Todd insisted it was okay, that the petition was merely for a fair vote on the issue. I was never shown any other paperwork other than the sheet I, and many others like myself, signed. I feel very betrayed by this matter and was flabbergasted when I found out what I had done. This is from Lacey Hancock. This is also one of those that signed it. So I'm suggesting to the council that in fact the petition went forward without the full text of the ordinance. It's a mechanism, if you don't include what you're voting to repeal, it's a mechanism to deceive. Simple as that. You don't want to show the whole story, and we saw that through the rest of the other surrounding facts to the college. This is simply a deceptive measure. It does not follow our charter. Simply does not follow. It's not an interpretation. It's not whether this, that, it did not follow it. And by coming back and saying, I really did what the charter said, but others will tell you that that's not true, then I think it's very simple for us to have a finding to support of our town clerk. It's insufficient, we received insufficient, it was done in a way that was insufficient.
Thank you. Somebody's got something going on, please turn it off. Okay,
I think I would have to agree with what I heard most of the people in the audience saying, which is that all of Jim's points would well be the case, but I think it would be a disservice to the people of the town to have this be the end of it. Because I think that you would find a greater deal of dissension and bad will and bad blood if, as Dennis said, people sat down and figured it out. And that's just my feeling. And I think that I've talked to many people on this issue, and people are on both sides of the issue. But I've had people who are not part of the echo chamber say to me, I'm sort of surprised this was never brought to a referendum in the first place. Now, for whatever reason, and I know that Cropland and all this stuff, so that's probably why we didn't, and I understand that. And I never thought it up myself. So it's not like, I mean, maybe it is, like, gee, how stupid, why did we do that? But I just think at this point in time, that we've reached that spot where if it's a question of waiving irregularities in order to do it, that for the purpose of healing, we would be better off. I don't dispute those points. I wasn't there, no one presented me with the petition, I never saw it, so I can't say one way or the other. I'm not a judge, but I think for the town's purposes, we'd be better off, but that's just my personal thoughts.
Okay. Any other councilman? Ron?
I'll make one comment and then I'm ready to make a motion. I've got people in this room tonight that they personally told me, them and their families, okay, the full thing was not there, okay? They were misled, and then they came to a council meeting and they asked Mr. McClendon to take their names off the petition, and their names were still finalized on that petition when it was certified. And unless I'm bad in math, I personally think we had more people that feel like we need to move on and not for an election on this college that spoke here tonight. So I'm ready to make a motion that we accept the town clerk's finding of insufficiency.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a
Is
motion.
that motion as to both determinations as to each petition?
Right, both termination of each petition.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Thomas?
Say something. Obviously, you know, Jim's brought up some very good points, and you know, Tom, you know, he's brought up, you know, the good point that, you know, we should listen to the people. But you know, the other thing we have to think about is if we determine this to be sufficient, what does that say about our town? Do we follow our own laws, our own rules? You know, what happens when, you know, I'm sure that the college or some of the other folks will follow suit to say that we made a bad decision, an incorrect decision against our own rules. Are we going to defend that? That we aren't going to listen to our own town charter? That's a serious question. You know, are we just going to do whatever we want to do, regardless of what the consequences are and what the rules we set out already? That's the question. And I'm not inclined to do so, because it will open up another can of worms, and it will cost us. You know, this will cost us also. So I'd rather. I know Todd and his group have put up a lot of work, but if they're serious about the petition, you know, I think they need to start from the beginning if they really want to do it and submit it correctly.
I'll sign one tomorrow.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Passes.
Just under the charter, your determination affirming the decision of insufficiency is the final word on that determination of sufficiency.
Right, everybody agree? Okay. Moving to 9B. Discussion of comprehensive plan amendment. Yeah, let's take about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You notice they moved that so we can get the back of the
Everybody take a seat. Come on, Ryan. There he is. Oh, I was wrong. All right, moving to 9B, Jim.
Actually, that was Your Honor, thank you, and counsel. As you may remember, in June of 2012, Town Council passed a moratorium ordinance to take some time and to address some issues that the council felt were evident as it related to development along Okeechobee and to a lesser extent Southern, but the two kind of need to work in tandem. So, as you know, the ordinance expires effective March 30th of this year. And we would need to extend the moratorium if we're not ready to get into a situation where we have regulations in place. However, in talking to the town attorney, we discussed where we're at, and tonight we have a presentation for you relative to what the staff has put together relative to an approach and some things that we would like to do that we think will get the town on its way to addressing the issues in the short term and long term for both Okeechobee and Southern. Having said that, one of the goals of tonight hopefully will be that you believe that what we're going to propose to you is adequate so that we can in turn, instead of continuing the moratorium ordinance, we go to a zoning in progress whereby we will have established the record of what we're going to be doing in the future amendments, and then somebody can go ahead now and file for a comprehensive plan application, but if it relates to these two areas, they're going to know, it's at their risk, they know what we're going to be doing in the future as far as the passage of any amendments. So, having said that, what we're going to do tonight is we have a program that we want to talk to you about. We have several issues, and we think that this is the skeletal framework, if you will. And after we go over it with you, if you are comfortable with it, then the staff will go back and start to put the meats to that skeleton, so that we then will have a package of amendments that you will be able to review. And what we're going to talk to you is, our approach intends on writing some policies that relate to Okeechobee Boulevard and some tweaking to policies that we do have in the comprehensive plan relative to Southern Boulevard. In addition, we're proposing a number of new initiatives. We're going to be talking about control, and a lot of these initiatives relate to town council control as to what we want to see with development. We're going to be talking about sector plans relating to the activity centers, which relate to comprehensive plan amendments as it relates to land usage along Okeechobee. We're going to be talking about the fact that we believe a balance of land uses are needed, including potentially different ways we look at housing. We're going to tell you about a lot of established requirements that we have that we are recommending from a timing standpoint that we consider to be very important as it relates to these amendments. And then we'll talk a little bit about policies related to Okeechobee Boulevard and the Citrus Road, Tangerine Drive improvements. Again, which is the lesser part of it, but nevertheless important in the whole scheme of things. So both Jim and I are going to do this. I'm going to start off by telling council that it is our opinion that control is essential. We need to maintain control, and control will come from a lot of these things that I just mentioned and we're going to talk about in more specific detail. We do not recommend that you try to do a prohibition of any kind of commercial usage or other usage, or a bar, or a ban on that usage. We believe if you do that, I think the pressures are still going to be there. It's anybody's prerogative, if they own land, to file an application. You have to process it. We do have a case that's being litigated right now, which could have consequences and impacts. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and move the town into a position where we have the adequate controls and we have a plan in place to address future land use plan amendments that are not going to be negative to the town, but only rather a positive. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim. Jim is going to talk a little bit about, we do have a two-pronged approach, critical plans that need to be conducted. One is a corridor plan, and one is a sector plan. We're going to talk about both of them. Jim is going to kick it off and talk about the sector plan. Jim?
Thank you, Mark. As Mark said, this is sort of a tag team approach tonight. We're going to sort of go back and forth depending upon the issues we're talking about. The first major issue that I want to talk about in general terms is that we're going to try to establish more detailed requirements in the comprehensive plan itself for how a comprehensive plan is reviewed, and give the council a few more tools than it currently has in terms of evaluating and making a determination as to whether or not to approve or deny a potential application. Keeping in mind that we cannot deny a property owner the opportunity to make a land use plan amendment application. That's something that they can do by state law. And these bullet points that I'm going to run through aren't necessarily in chronological order. It's more a list of types of techniques and controls that we're suggesting that we give them direction by the council to go ahead and proceed in looking into these various items. The first is to prepare by 2018 a detailed Okeechobee corridor master plan, if you will, to address such items as land use allocation, location and size of various land uses, compatibility issue, transportation needs, and the assessment of the development impacts. Now, the reason why we're suggesting that we wait until 2018 to do this is the fact that I think everybody realizes that Okeechobee as a two-lane road running through the town has a certain character. If and when it ever becomes 4 lanes, that's going to have a tremendous impact on the character of the town along the corridor. And at this point, the long-range planning of the Metropolitan Planning Organization and Palm Beach County has Okeechobee being 4 lanes sometime between 2020 and 2025. So we're suggesting that we implement certain controls into the comprehensive plan now, and then again in 2018 when we are expecting to have a better idea as to whether or not Okeechobee is going to be 4 lanes and exactly when, then we'll take a look at developing the corridor plan at that time, as opposed to jumping in and trying to develop a corridor plan at this time, not really having a good idea as to if and when Okeechobee actually will be 4 lanes. Secondly, we're going to be proposing some sunset provisions for certain development approvals. With the feeling that if we implement sunset provisions, that will essentially make a landowner or developer think twice about coming in to gain an initial approval, and we feel that will assist us in preventing developers from coming in and getting approvals and property just sitting vacant for years with for example, a commercial land use designation. Going through the land use plan amendment process and the zoning process and the site plan review process, it's a very expensive proposition, and we feel that by implementing a sunset provision, that understanding the cost of going through all of these approvals, that landowners, developers will be reluctant to go through the process if they understand that if they don't make certain progress by a certain point, they're going to lose the approval. So that's another concept that we're thinking about looking at.
I may, Jim, just to clarify a point, the state kind of frowns on a sunset as it relates to comprehensive plan amendments once you establish a land use designation. But what we are indicating here is that the sector plan, almost functioning like a development order, would have a lifespan. And if somebody were playing games and being speculative and say a 5-year period, they didn't start development, they would lose the sector plan approval. They wouldn't lose the land use designation, but they wouldn't be able to commence any development under that land use designation until they came in for a new sector.
And the next item is that we're going to be looking at beefing up the future land use plan amendment application in terms of putting some more requirements to give the council more information in its deliberations on a specific application. And we're also proposing to put some more specific limitations on commercial development in the comprehensive plan itself. For example, the possibility of imposing a one-story limit on development on Okeechobee, and also looking at the floor area ratios that we currently have in the comprehensive plan. There has been some discussion with applications that have come through as to whether or not the floor area ratios are appropriate for a town of Waxahachie Groves territory, and that we might need to make some adjustments to those floor area ratios and floor area ratio is essentially defines the basic intensity of the project. We'll be looking at whether or not those FARs, floor area ratios, are appropriate and whether or not they need to be reduced or possibly kept as they are in certain areas and reduced in other areas. So there's some of the options that we might be looking at there. Also, looking at incorporating more stringent requirements for buffering and screening of non-residential uses from residential uses along the Southern Boulevard commercial corridor, and if any other additional commercial is approved along Okeechobee. And also, there is language in the comprehensive plan now about implementing the rural vista guidelines, and I think that we might look at a little more detail in terms of pulling some of the specifics out of the rural vista guidelines and actually putting them in the comprehensive plan, so that if the developer needs approval, he knows specifically what kinds of architectural treatments he's going to have to incorporate into the project as early as the comprehensive plan amendment process. And that's a brief overview of some of the requirements that we're going to be looking at in the process.
As you can see, what Jim has been touching on is a key component that we see to this plan, and that is the issue of timing. The way comprehensive planning was done for many years, timing was a consideration. When a community would put together a plan, it would have policies in it that would say, we're not going to extend development here until we have proper provisions, services in place, and they would hold to that unless there were provisions for a developer who wanted to maybe take that action to provide those services. We've kind of gotten away with that in planning since 1985 at the state. We don't really look at timing as close as we should be, because they weren't 5 or 10 year plans, they were envisioned to go out into the future. So as you can see, we put in a number of timing mechanisms because of potential changing conditions and because of some of the things that we're proposing here. Now, I apologize, Council, I misspoke because I should have said Jim was going to talk about corridor plans. And I'm going to talk about the sector plans now for a second, so Jim, my apology, I didn't mean to throw you a curveball there. The corridor plan, sector planning is a 1-2 approach here in terms of a critical planning path in order to try to protect Okeechobee and get the kind of commercial development and other types of development that we would like to see in the future, if at all. A paramount consideration that we have is that we don't want to see pressures that would have strict commercial start to form along West Chevy Boulevard. And as I said, anybody can start to file plan amendments based upon changing conditions. So those are the kind of things that we have to be careful of. We would rather encourage themed activity centers or nodes. Now, a very famous planner named Kevin Lynch many years ago in a book called Image of the City, he defined a node as centers of activity that draw or bring people to it. They may be junctions, crossings, or a convergence of paths or points of concentration. So what we're looking at is more of an approach where if somebody wants to come in, they have to do a sector plan and they have to show us beyond a bunch of guidelines and information that we would require that they provide as to why any type of proposal should meet with council approval for a comprehensive plan. A sector plan program would determine the appropriate allocation and distribution of land use, the impact analysis along the corridor, and they would seek to have this designation. We also looking at the fact that in terms of activity centers, there are basically 5 broad types. There's the lowest level, which is a neighborhood center. That's what we're proposing because of the population, nature, and character of the town. You can also have village centers, which are a little larger, community centers, regional centers, and then the super regional, where you're getting into your malls and your big time development, that kind of stuff. But we see it as the neighborhood activity center would be the type that would be appropriate for Waxahachie Groves if the proper proposal were submitted. And as Jim has indicated, we can use the special policy, we can use the sector plan as a negotiated planning process, if you will, very much like we talked about several months ago with the PUD, where they will have to provide, meet the requirements that we have in place, plus in that give and take with you, any special provisions that you would like to see. So it is a give and take. As Jim mentioned earlier, that gives us the opportunity to look at things that may be issued, like floor area ratios and things of that nature. So with that, the sector plan becomes a very important document to pull. Jim and I, we also look at the possibility, if you approve, we could also use the sector plan process down for what we consider the super blocks down on Southern, as it relates to kind of a plan for development. You might want to get that a little later, Jim, because you are our Southern expert, if you will. But that's kind of an idea about the sector planning and the activity center node process. If you were to, let's say in 4 years, you were to approve one neighborhood type activity center via sector plan, again, because of timing, again, because of conditions, that might be the only thing you would approve for a 10-year, another 10-year, 15-year period. So these are the kind of things that we have to now amplify on and move forward. And with that, I think Jim's going to talk a little bit about the balance of land uses as it relates to children.
I want to just spend a little more time on the activity center concept. We have done some calculations in the comprehensive plan and in the various planning documents that led up to the comprehensive plan. There has always been language about providing non-residential development to serve primarily town residents. And in building upon that concept, particularly along the Okeechobee corridor, we came up with the concept of the activity center. And as part of the activity center, we're going to define the components of what has to be included in an activity center in order for an applicant to be approved. And by activity center, we're talking about more than just a little shopping center or an office development. We're going to be coming up with requirements that an activity center also include other activities that are of direct benefits to town residents. We had talked earlier today in a couple of discussions about possibly including a requirement for some civic activities, like maybe a library could be brought in, a branch library, or activities such as a farmer's market where the local growers could bring their produce on the weekends and have a booth and sell the products. Obviously incorporating bridle trails if that's an appropriate location as determined by the RETAG. So that these will be more than little shopping center, more than a retail center. It will include a variety of uses that could appeal to several of the interests of town residents. And along those lines, we also have been talking about trying to establish a maximum amount of square footage that the town would allow along Old Shelby Boulevard. We believe that there are techniques based on the concept that these activity centers need to serve primarily town residents. We think we can quantify a maximum amount of space, a commercial space, office space, that town residents could support along the corridor. And then these square footage totals then would be used as a basis to identify the composite maximum, if you will, that these activity centers could attain. Now, that very likely would change if and when Okeechobee is four-laned and we do our corridor study. But that will give us some interim guidelines in terms of saying, okay, got a town of 3,000 residents. This is what we feel is the maximum amount of space that can be supported along the Okeechobee corridor. An applicant comes in and asks for a portion of that, or could even ask for all of it. If he gets his approval, then with our sunset provisions, if he goes through this process and he doesn't build it and he loses it, somebody else has an opportunity to come in and ask for all of it, or a portion of it. So we're trying to build a system, a process where we can control the amount of space, but at the same time not necessarily shut off property owners in the future from making additional applications. Now, we're also looking at the possibility of property owners along the corridor that are outside of these activity centers enhancing the residential enterprise concept to allow them to have a home and a business on the property also. So we still will be providing additional opportunities over and above those opportunities that are going to be granted through the activity center concept. And that's essentially how we're looking at Okeechobee. On Southern Boulevard, when we adopted the multiple land use designation, we have a requirement in there that the multiple land use designation has to have 3 of the town's land uses. And it does not have to be a commercial designation. When we did the Southern Boulevard corridor workshop, we had several slides looking at the different land use characteristics in the corridor, and we noticed that there seemed to be groupings of existing land use patterns that had similar characteristics. And I'll use the example of the equestrian node, if you will, that's over that commences north of the park and runs essentially to the eastern boundary of the town. We're suggesting that property owners in those areas of similar characteristics can get together and essentially create their own themed neighborhood plan using the multiple land use designation. Like I said, it doesn't have to include a commercial component. It could include conservation, recreation and open space, and residential. And those would be the street land use categories. And give the property owners the opportunity to get together to create their own neighborhood plans. If we're looking at the areas in between Southern Boulevard and Collecting Canal, between each of the lettered streets, those are essentially blocks of around 100 acres. And that's big enough to qualify for the multiple land use designation. And it's pretty amazing how similar the character of some of those super blocks are already. So the basis for creating those neighborhood plans, I think, is already there. And to give the residents the opportunity to use that tool, we think is a good idea.
I think Jim covered the balance pretty well. That's what we were talking about. There's a balance of uses. I mean, if you look at Okeechobee now, we have a number of houses of worship and things like that. So already we do have a mixture of uses along that corridor. In addition, some other points, we would encourage the use of the Rural Vista guidelines in this process where applicable and appropriate. We would support any policy and try to work on traffic calming measures and efforts to work with Palm Beach County as it relates to the roadway. One thing that I encourage is if council has any direction for us, you look at the corridor. There's a couple of different approaches you can take, and probably some in the middle. But one approach is basically bringing buildings close to the roadway, which definitely establishes some visual interest, but it also provides some sense of place. But I will not, it is more of an urban type format. The opposite of that is to allow large open spaces from the roadway and have buildings set back. But it's the kind of things we need input on, so we can go ahead and draft up regulations. Finally, I would say that this program, Jim does have one additional issue that he's going to address as it relates to Citrus Road and Tangerine Drive. But before he goes there, I just want to sum up with this thought for council. We try to look at a lot of this to protect the town in its future planning efforts. And I will say, one of the basic concepts that this nation was founded on was individual property rights. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect the interest and nature of the town from a community standpoint while still protecting and recognizing the individual rights of the property owners that exist on Okeechobee and Southern. So we're trying to find that balance, if you will, to make sure that we do the right thing for the town and for its residents and property owners. With that, Jim, I think you do want to address Citrus and Tangerine, and then we'll wrap up.
I'll do that very quickly. There's several references in the comprehensive plan now that's related to the extension of Citrus / Tangerine from border to border, not across the southern area of town. Now, with the approval of the college, that obviously can't happen because it's not going to extend west of B Road because of the college. And we're at the Southern Boulevard Workshop, a couple of property owners in the area were concerned about Citrus Tangerine becoming essentially a reliever road for Southern Boulevard, east to west, and what kind of impact would that have on their properties, especially the small residential lots. I think that's between C and D. So we anticipate revisiting the language in the comprehensive plan that currently addresses Citrus and Tangerine to see if that still is the pleasure of the town. Do we want to have it function as a reliever road, or do we want to have it extended through but just be essentially a local street serving the property owners in the area? Think of those things. So that's we don't have any suggestions at this point, just as an issue that we want to address.
Thanks, Jim. In summary, Mayor and Council, we'd be happy to entertain any questions you have or to amplify anything that we've talked about. We would appreciate it if we have your support to move forward with this program so we can transition from moratorium to a zoning in progress. And with that, we're going to address any questions or concerns that you have.
Okay, council members. No?
The devil is in the details, but I think that's a good framework to go forward on. Okay. Not going to critique it tonight.
Okay. Ron?
Be last.
You'll be last. Brian?
I agree with Tom. I think it's a good framework. You know, we obviously need to talk about it more, and hopefully we'll get the LPA involved also, and get their input as well.
Jim?
One of the things that I had mentioned to staff is high on my list is the two-lane Okeechobee and not doing anything that would aggravate that, causing it to want to go to 4-lane or causing it to need to go to 4-lane. We have enough pressure around us to surround us that want to make it 4 lanes. We kind of half-kidded about maybe we ought to take over Okeechobee and the expenses. A question actually I raised with the staff to find out what might run, how much. But it may not be a possibility, but at least maybe we have the information. But the point being that everything we do along Okeechobee does not jeopardize its 2 lanes that we have today. 2 lanes, I mean that we do need a turn lane, which I don't call a lane, I call it, safety net. So it's a turning lane with 2 lanes. But that to me is at the top of everything we do along Okeechobee. The other thing is that we ought to, I think we've talked enough about the vision of what Okeechobee will look like, whatever it looks like in terms of what's on it. And the idea of a tree-lined, I like the deep south kind of, I don't know if we can keep a deep south roadway kind of concept with the oak trees that grow over and meet at the top, but certainly a tree-lined buffer. There's comments about maybe a condition of putting anything along Okeechobee. You would have to build in a horse trail or make allowances for a trail network. I think that is in keeping with some of the vision we have for Okeechobee. But it's a tree line, some space. You can have a horse go down one side of it, and you have to say a turn lane. And those to me are the top of my list. And then everything you do along Okeechobee fits under them and doesn't aggravate that. So, but I agree with the rest of the council. I think it's a good start. I'm not sure what more staff needs than what they've already done to move forward. If they need anything, they need to speak up and say, I don't have enough from the council. But I think they've got a lot of input on this, and it sounds like, I like the idea, but I can't not say that there's rights of property owners, but that corridor is central to our town. I mean, it's almost a lifeline. It's from the standpoint, it could be a dividing line, or it could be a line that brings us together. And I'd really be careful about what we do to make it a dividing line, separate 2 towns, so we can have Loxahatchee Grove North and South. Imagine just have 10 council members, 5 in each. So that's important, and I don't feel that I owe anybody along Okeechobee the right to develop it to something that's great for them, and they make a lot of money. It's not good for the town. I do like the ideas of what we've outlined, that we're trying to come up with a balance, trying to offer some people that want something, that need something, that serves the town and the residents of the town, that we want to be able to find that balance and come up with those things that, and we've talked about here on the council before, and Dave, you're famous for concepts about this has got to be good for the residents of this town. And that echoes in my mind whenever we talk about this subject. And I agree 100%, 1,000% with that. I like to treat it as our road, even though we don't own it. I'd like to treat it as a center of our town, as it holds us together, and not a dividing line, and serves the people. But I think we're on a good path. And if you need anything else, Mark, you need to tell us if we need to give you more direction. direction. But I think what you've outlined for us is good to proceed along those lines.
Ron?
Jim, I got a question for you. Comp plan, all right? Does a comp plan require us at a certain time in the future that we have to have commercial along Okeechobee Boulevard?
It does not require it, no.
All right. I've had a headache with this college. Now, I personally think as a council member that it's time in the near future that we have a vote from the residents of Loxahatchee Groves if they want commercial along Okeechobee Boulevard. All right. The only way, if the residents want it, 51%, that's all I'm looking for. If the residents want it, then the only way I would allow a developer to come in and do something, we would have to have a need. It would have to be for the residents of Loxahatchee. And for them to build along Okeechobee Boulevard, they're going to have to pay to make it a safer road for the residents of Loxahatchee Groves. That's the only way. I'm tired of the developers wanting to build and down in Loxahatchee, but we're not reaping any benefits from it. I think we've got a big enough problem concentrating on Southern Boulevard right now. I think we need to take one project at a time and take care of it. And if the residents are satisfied with that situation, then maybe we can move on to another. You were talking about 2018. That's over 4 years away. I'm sure we could get a referendum going and the people of Loxahatchee could vote whether they want commercial on Okeechobee Boulevard. And I don't mean next month. I'm talking about educate the people and do more than the workshops have accomplished, okay? The one thing with the library, they say people didn't know about it. Well, first of all, I don't agree with that. I mean the college, okay? The people knew about it, all right? There may have been a few out there that were too busy trying to make a living and survive where they didn't think about it, but the people knew about it. So that's how I feel with Okeechobee Boulevard. I think we need to concentrate on Southern Boulevard. I like the game plan here. If the residents want it, Mark's got a good idea, Jim's got a good idea with the nodes and the different stuff. We call the shots on what we want, how close we want it to Okeechobee Boulevard. I like the game plan, but I don't want to spend a lot of money on it if I don't think the residents, and I'm not guessing 50-50, I've got to know that the residents are ready for us to proceed with commercial on Okeechobee Boulevard.
Okeechobee is going to be a unique situation. I think every survey we've done from the neighborhood plan down said that the residents of Loxahatchee Groves did not want commercial on Okeechobee. We just have to be careful, and Mark's right, we can't say there will be no commercial on Okeechobee because you just can't say that. So you have to deal with each one. So it's interesting, there's certain criteria they have to come with neighborhood serving. In talking to staff, it's interesting because there's certain things that would serve other neighborhoods that really we don't need. We don't need a pocket park. We've all got it in their backyard. We sure don't need basketball courts because we have everybody from Wellington playing basketball out there, or Old Palm. I love them, but they can play basketball in their neighborhood. There's a lot of things that we don't need in that way. I'm not saying no, never, but if somebody comes in with something that's a good idea, I don't have an idea, and I'm not going to tell anybody anything because somebody will come back and say, well, Dave said he'd like this, so we'll try to put that on Okeechobee. So I think we've got to be very careful with Okeechobee Boulevard. I think the first thing I want to start with, and I've told staff, is I would like to reduce the footprint to a 0.05. That's half of what is allowed on Southern. And the reason I do that is because it more closely reflects what our typical land is. Most of us have 5 acres and a home. We don't build 35,000 square feet of stuff on our 5 acres, to get that 0.1. So we mostly have a 2,000, 2,500 square foot house or whatever, but it's in the middle of 5 acres where we all go. So I think whatever could be done on Okeechobee needs that same thing. So maybe that's the first thing I would like to see in there, to where if a person's coming in and saying, I would like to develop, this is one of the hurdles. So now all of a sudden he says, well, I can only build half of what I might somewhere else. Maybe he'll go somewhere else. So anyway, just my thought, we've got to be careful. I think it's good to have a plan. I agree with Jim that we have to be very careful because whatever's allowed on Okeechobee will bite us in the rear end when it comes to the widening of Okeechobee, because the more traffic and the more things that empty into it, the more congested it will be, and therefore we might be perpetuating what we don't want. So we have to be very careful. So anyway, appreciate their effort. We'll continue to work together, and I think that the idea of this plan in the future is a good thing. You need no action tonight?
No, Mayor, I'm sorry, based upon your comments, and a couple of you asked what we need, I think you have given us what Jim and I need to move forward. I would just say that I think we need to do it in the form of a motion to transition from a moratorium to a zoning progress, and Mike, correct me.
Well, if you gave a motion to have to proceed along the lines of your comments and their proposal this evening, that would also give them the authority to move to be sure to continue to now engage in that work of putting the meat on the bones.
All right.
So I'll make that motion.
Okay, Tom makes that motion. Second? Second by Ryan. I've got Bill Lauda. It's the only one I've got on this issue.
I think I put one.
I didn't know which one.
Well, I scratched out.
Come on up, Ken.
Let him go for it.
Okay.
Bill Lauda, you wrote, that's why I put maybe on there. I hadn't seen what you all were to talk about. It was semi-important. A couple of things. Okeechobee, back, Dave already brought that up, the neighborhood plan. The whole consensus, of course, is going back to whatever, 92, 3, 4. On the consensus of everybody, the input, we had a pretty good American Assembly meeting. We had a lot of input during that neighborhood planning process. Was no commercial on Okeechobee. And Carl Fleck in the county, under pressure from a few landowners, made us change it to, if petitioned by a landowner, the county, in this case, the town, should consider low-impact non-residential. Okay. As this sounds like a good process going forward that they're asking you to approve, but I'd like to see, along this, as this develops, is there going to be some more public workshops, any, besides, a couple of minutes, a couple of people coming up and yelling at y'all. That's why I'm not hearing them. You hit me with a 2x4 1 second at this point. Anyway, so just as the plan goes along, to try and get some public input, and then you said uses that could be supported by a town of 3,000 residents. That's Red Barn and a couple of paint stores and a dance studio over there. Didn't that fulfill that? Yes, already.
Okay, Ken.
Mayor, in answer to Mr. Lauda's question, we would envision putting together a comprehensive plan amendment with all the background, data, support, information, but we would also probably try to have one workshop with the public before we'd actually start the process with P&Z and then to council.
Okay, Ken.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, Ken Johnson, Collective Canal Road. This is sort of multifaceted, but doing a head count of you gentlemen sitting up there, 4 of you live north of Okeechobee Boulevard. I'm asking for your influence on the DOT or the county or whoever it may be to keep Okeechobee as a 2-lane road with turn lanes in it so that we can turn, or anybody can turn. But in conjunction with that, we need what was proposed many years ago, and I think Dennis Litt did this, having roundabouts at each end of Okeechobee, and then in the middle of D Road, we need a traffic light to stop the traffic. And then we also need your influence to lower the speed limit. Because if you go to 4 lanes, you've got a racetrack. How is anybody north of Okeechobee, including yourselves, going to ever get out? You won't be able to. 4 lanes will drive a stake through the heart of this community. And we don't need that. we need the community to be united. And if you do anything that you can do to influence the county, or whoever owns that road, or whoever owns influence in that road, you need to do it. Because when I go east on Okeechobee, I will wave at you when you're sitting 12 back in the line trying to get out. That's one thing. Traffic light at D Road. That also relates to the need of a traffic light at D Road in Southern. Because Lieutenant Combs, he's already left here, and he can verify this. When they take off from the traffic light down at Seminole Track this way, or Cape Forest going that way, it's pedal to the metal. When they get to the traffic light at B Road in Southern, they do not use their brake light, they use their horn. And Lord help you if you go stop and obey the law, because those trucks will run over top of you.
Amen.
See there? There are two people right there that were victims of that. They had to be, didn't you have to be airlifted out of here?
Yeah. They had to use
Airlifted.
They had to use the jaws of life to get my daughter and myself out
Yeah.
of the vehicle because she was crushed to the dashboard.
Yes, right there. So, thank you. So, you know, we need something to break that traffic. D Road in Southern is more than 1,000 feet from B Road in Southern, and it's more than 1,000 feet from the last traffic light east of there, F Road. So consequently, it would be paramount. And unfortunately, you guys don't have any control over Southern Boulevard, but you have influence. And that's what we need, is the influence to start now contacting whoever controls Southern in this widening aspect to get a light put there at their expense, not our expense. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Marcia Newell.
Yeah, mine's later.
Okay, later, okay. Public comments? Okay. All right.
Well, actually, I could talk now.
Hold up, Marcia.
Okay. To quote Mr. Rocket when he was doing his little forum, he said, nobody can speak for him or give his opinions. And I agree with that tremendously. And Mr. Gerald, if you have never met a hermit, nice to meet you, because I don't go out.
No, I know
I go out to work and I hide. I don't read the newspaper, I look at the internet. Sometimes I read the little thing that comes in the mail, sometimes I don't. I knew absolutely nothing about the junior college. I am upset that you say people knew, because I did not, and I'm sure there's other people in this room who did not know.
I said most people knew. Now,
You
get
said
it correct, please. No, I'm leaving
You
it.
said none, okay? And you said there were no hermits, and here I am. Okay, so please, don't talk for everybody. Talk for yourself. If you want to take a vote, talk for everybody. But please don't say everybody knew about anything that happens in this town, because they don't, because there's no way to tell us. Thank you.
And that's really one of the things, Marcia, that I appreciate your comment, because that's one of the things that I am looking for a better way to let people know. We're talking about more newsletters. I mean, you know, just any way we can get the word out to more of the people.
That's fine. Have we ever heard what happened with the little card that came around asking specific things like, did we want commercial on Okeechobee?
We're still waiting for the results of those. I don't know that, I'm looking forward to getting them.
Because I would love to know what the response of that was. It was very simple, nice, just check your little box and you're on your way.
Sure.
And that might be a way that you can communicate with people. I've never heard of a workshop for the college. I haven't heard
Bunks in a room to shake a brain.
I'm here.
All right, listen, it is a problem that we all know, that somehow we need to get more word out, and how we do it, we're open to suggestions. But anyway, all right, that's the last one I've got to make. Grace? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll let you guys go ahead with that. So, council, any more comments? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed, same sign. Okay. Moving to new business. Is this Mike or Mark?
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a policy that's being brought before you, Administrative Policy 2-13, relative to ethics training. And under the Palm Beach County Ethics Code, it states that the county administrator or municipal administrator as applicable shall establish by policy a mandatory training schedule for all officials and employees, which shall include mandatory periodic follow-up sessions. This policy may also address ethics training for entities that receive county or municipal funds as applicable. I did receive a call several weeks back. They are vitally interested in making sure that we comply and do this policy. So the attached policy is basically their model policy that we have tweaked and put together for the town. The essential part of that would be to establish a training schedule every 2 years, and I would, as I put in the discussion, encouraging if a council member has not yet done that training for this recent period, please do so, because I certainly don't want to see anybody getting a sanction from the ethics body. So with that, we hope you guys give your support to approve this policy.
Okay. You need a motion to approve this policy?
Okay, yes, you do need a motion, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ryan, for second. Second by Tom.
If I could make a comment?
Sure.
It would be all right with me if we did the video right here one evening, so that each and every person in the town who would like to see it and see that we did it, as well as any other members of our boards could do it. And that way there won't be any question. And I would be happy to do that if that's what they want.
I think that's a great idea. I went on the website and went through it and took it, and then at the end where I thought, okay, I can punch something saying I registered because I sat through this wonderfully exciting video, and there was absolutely nothing that applied to an elected official. So they leave you in the lurch, and yeah, so I probably dropped the ball because I didn't write them a letter and request something.
We have a form we can give you to get you squared away.
But anyway, yeah.
I think that would be a good way, for one thing, everybody in the town who is interested in it would see what those ethics are, and then there's no question that, for one thing, we took it, we all saw it, everybody gets to see it together. I think we should schedule it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. I think what Tom said is a good thing to do and follow up. But
I had a question. When I read elected officials must receive training within 30 days of taking office, is that each time we get reelected?
I don't think so, but I'm going to verify that with them. I have to call them about this to let them know we passed, and I'm going to double check that. I would think if you just recently did it, I don't think you'd have to do it again after your election, but maybe wrong.
Every 2 years.
They're one every 2 years, you know.
I would,
You don't have to
yeah,
do it twice every time you're in.
let us check with the Commission on Ethics. And
Well, I didn't know if Dave and I had 30 days to make sure we get it done again. That's
We'll
what
let you know as soon as we
it's
know.
been done within 2 years, I just didn't know.
That interpretation would be up to the Commission on Ethics and that.
okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Passes. All right, moving to closing comments. I have public comments. Robert Hall.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, good evening. My name is Robert Hall, and I live with my wife at 15531 42nd Road North. And the issue I'm here to discuss tonight is the permitted unlimited dumping of Wellington horse manure and Waxahachie Road. I prepared a letter that I sent mail to when I secured my neighbor's signatures. I'd like to read it tonight. This letter is a follow-up to our brief conversation during the break at the last town meeting. The subject was the Wellington horse manure dumping at a vacant acreage located on Ian Trail and North Road and Waxahachie Roads, and the nuisance created by the enormous numbers of flies resulting from the unlimited dumping permitted by the Waxahachie Groves Town Council. Many of us are affected by these storms of flies. There are flies covering our horses and our dogs' food. They slip into our house and into our cars when we open doors when we're out. We cannot work outside without first coating our skin with insect repellent. We had this same problem last year after the land was cleared. At least one of the differences between this year's permit and last year's permit is that this year's permit allows for unlimited dumping. Last year, there were only a certain number of truckloads allowed per day. We know that the terms of the permit provided to Bernardo Alzate, who owns a company called Bernardo Alzate Nursery, Inc., and lives in Wellington, have been violated by late-night dumping and failure to consistently spread the dumped manure within the 72 hours mandated by the permit. There should be a police report on the late-night dumping, since at least one of the trucks was recently stopped around 10:30 p.m. by the sheriff's office in response to a vigilant neighbor's call. We do not know if the rule requiring an 18-inch height has been consistently followed, since we were informed that access to the site by investigating town personnel is not always possible, since apparently there is no authority under the terms of the permit for town personnel to enter the property at will. Additionally, since the dumping also took place last year, even if the 18-inch rule is being adhered to, it's this year's 18 inches on top of last year's 18 inches. Those of us who have signed this letter do not agree that the issuance of this permit was proper. We feel as though the owner of the property is violating the spirit and likely the letter of the Florida Right to Farm Act, the underlying authority for the permit. And the permit should be revoked and immediate cleanup of this dump site should be done. The Act speaks directly to the law of nuisance in the background section. Quote, landowner cannot use land in a manner that unreasonably interferes with another landowner's use of land, unquote. And, quote, determination of nuisance balances the benefit of use against the harm caused by use, unquote. Since the Act generally protects reasonable agricultural activities from nuisance suits, there seem to be two questions. One, are reasonable agricultural activities in fact taking place? The ostensible plan was to plant banana trees on this property. After clearing of the land took place in November of 2011, manure was brought in and stockpiled on the property for the next few months. There were complaints filed by neighbors. One neighbor who told me that he was buying multiple fly traps each week and showed me two completely full of thousands of flies. After that, 3 rows of banana trees were planted, apparently to satisfy questions raised by the complaints and asked of the permittee by the town office. This was months before Tropical Storm Isaac hit in late August 2012. So any claim that Isaac hampered planting is merely further proof that planting banana trees was merely a ruse and a hoax played on the council to enable Mr. Alzate to collect large dumping fees. Incidentally, while Isaac would undoubtedly have provided too much water for the newly planted trees, it's my understanding that banana trees like daily watering. I haven't been on the property, but I can't see any irrigation system from the road. 2, even if it is determined that there are approved activities taking place, the Act speaks directly to the issue of expansion. See FS 823.14 or 5, when the expansion of operation is not permitted. Quote, this act shall not be construed to permit an existing farm operation to change to a more excessive form of farm operation with regard to noise, odor, dust, or fumes where the existing farm operation is adjacent to an established homestead. The emphasis is provided in the online original. I'm sure the council won't quibble over the statutory language not containing hordes of flies. As below signatories, we are all homeowners affected by the massive flies caused by the dump site. Landowners has blatant disregard of our right to quiet enjoyment of our property. It is my understanding, based on an email received from Braden Garrett, planning technician, that, quote, in order to change the regulations or take any action on this situation, council needs to be made aware of growing dissatisfaction within the town, unquote. Mr. Mayor, by this letter, I hope we have made you aware of our growing dissatisfaction with Waxahachie Grove becoming a Wellington horse manure dump site. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. All right, Virginia, go on up. I moved yours a little out of order.
Standish, 15410 North Road. I've had the pleasure of living across from this property for the past 25 plus years. As you all know, I will support ag as long as it's done honestly and the town and the town council are not misled. I haven't really been paying any attention to this property, but I've taken videos over the past year and noted things in my personal life that helped me build a history on what's been going on. And I need to inform you, I believe this permit was obtained under disingenuous information provided to the town and town council. I have not had a chance to speak to the town yet. What I observed, I was asked by my neighbors, since I live immediately across from it, to pay close attention to what is going on. I've ignored the after sunset deliveries. They had a dump truck stuck, didn't get pulled out till 10:30 at night. I ignored that. What I have started paying attention to is a few things. This is supposed to be a banana farm. Banana trees can be planted in sand and manure aligned alongside to provide fertilizer. In November of 2011, manure started coming in. March, I have a video of sometime, I know in March, ozone was put down in front of my, was existing in front of my property. So from March to August of 2012, before the storm, there was at least 5 months available for planting the entire property. What I noticed for several months was 3 rows got planted in the front and nothing happened. So Isaac in no way interfered with the planting. The soil no way interfered with the planting because the manure can be placed alongside. I don't know if an irrigation system exists. However, what truly concerns me is the following. I have observed dump trucks continuously coming in the evening. My husband texted me tonight at 8:05. Dump truck was delivering. What I did on Friday night, paying close attention, I thought the property was being robbed because after the 8:30 dump truck left, a truck came in at 9:15 and a truck came in at 10:15. And my husband observed this and he said, something's not right. They're parked back there in the back where the farm equipment and the pumps are, and they've turned off their lights. I called PBSO. One, because it provides documentation, finally. I don't know where our after-hours public works person is. I'm not going to question this. So I felt I could help you guys out document this. PBSO has a report. Those 2 trucks were there till 10:15. I also helped PBSO get the tags on those vehicles. The next morning, I don't know why they thought this would bother me, the dump trucks come over and dumps a load right up front, close to my house. No problem. I took a picture of him doing that. One load smells the same as the rest of the 11 acres. I took that to document that they don't follow the 72-hour rule. As of this morning, or actually right before this meeting, I was about to take a picture, but the truck finally showed up right before I came here. I didn't want to get in a hassle with the guy, so I didn't take a picture. I'll do it in the morning. I'm sure it's there. So they're not following the 72-hour rule. What really concerns me also is to hear they have unlimited dumping rights. Nowhere in the U.S. do I know where you can dump waste unlimited, especially near water. And as Dr. Lada has continued to remind us, EPA rules will come into effect. Vegetation is growing in that canal, which is costing us on the water district side when we go to spray. There's multiple issues here, and my main concern is I feel the town is being played for suckers with this person. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia. Okay, Bill Loud.
I don't know who's going to regret me coming back to meetings more here to y'all. Anyway, okay. On the manure thing, that wasn't on one of my original list, but that's a great thing. And most of you can contact me, because my main thing there is I've done 2 studies out here on phosphate coming out of, phosphorus coming out of horse manure. One presentation for the Academy of Sciences. I forget her name. It's the statin I'm taking for cholesterol. I can't use old age, but a woman on C Road got me a water sample from the effluent of a nursery across the street from her. Oh, you, sir.
Carrie.
Carrie. Yes, of course. Her. Anyway, I've got a lab. I've got EPA standards. I do everything with quality assurance, quality control. I had to dilute that sample 5 times to get it on scale for high range phosphate. came out with 2,440 milligrams per liter. That's 2.4 grams of phosphate per liter of water. It's brown. I don't even know how they had that much in it. It was amazing. I've never seen anything close to that. That's a point source. EPA, they are working out some numerical standards. They're supposed to be way in favor of Azúcar Grande, big sugar out there. But they're working it out for different water bodies as to what is allowable. It's going to bite us. Okay, but anyway, that wasn't one of my original ones. A couple of points I wanted to make was on the FDOT meetings that are going forward. Anybody that can go and please petition to get, there's two ponds already sited on both sides, one on each side of Waxahachie Avenue, down here by the school tower. If we can get the water ponds put there, it does a couple of things for the town. Eats it up, no more commercial. It protects the small properties that are there. Okay. Next point, the petition that was brought forward. My big point with that was timing, not the insufficiency of it. Like I told Mr. McClendon and a couple other people was, what do you think the council would have done in the first 6 months that the college was being considered, had an informal but verifiable petition of 250 to 300 residents put before the council? We want to vote on this. We don't want you guys to make a, what do you think the council would have done then? I told him that if I was still in the council, I would have voted for a referendum right then, if I had that early on in the process. Good point for going on Okeechobee that we need to do that. I asked Mr. Cudney to put the some road plans that we passed at the RETAG meeting last time on the agenda next time. So when he gives you that information, please look over it. Don't think about cost, okay? When I was in high school, we can't possibly put a man on the moon. Oh, that happened. Last point, I've got some handouts back there. We're having a community yard sale 2013 F Road this Saturday, 8 to 2. We got a lot of good junk. Some of it hasn't even been invented yet.
Thank you, Bill. Martin Herzog.
March Herzog, A Road. I just want to let you know that this Thursday is our Waxahachie Grove's landowners meeting. We had to move it up 1 week because the church needed the building for Holy Week. All right, we are going to have Lieutenant Combs come and talk to us about the dirt bike issues that are going on in our town. He's going to talk about limitations on their enforcement and make suggestions. He's also going to talk about the equipment and special things that PBSO has available for anyone who has a contract with them. So any of their special equipment he's going to be talking about. We're also going to have Grace Joyce come and talk about the progression of the State College and the ordinances that were presented and what the impact would have been had the petition gone forward. And also we'll have the garage sale on Saturday. Thank you.
Okay, Marcia, did you want to speak again?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Grace Joyce.
For the record, Grace Joyce, 147th Avenue North. I am up here to represent the LPA, the Waxahachie Groves Land Planning Association. We've had about a year worth of meetings, and I know Dennis was here earlier, but he left. And I'm concerned at the seriousness that you take this board when we meet and discuss things. And it's similar to you guys. We're there for, and some of the other volunteer boards, 3 or 4 hours sometimes discussing the items that come before us. And it's very thoughtful discussion on the impacts of what will happen to the town. And I'm sorry that I was late and missed the first discussion about the residential enterprise, but I don't really think that you guys need to worry about the commercial on Okeechobee anymore, because by passing this, if it gets approved on second reading, they're just gonna come into the neighborhood and do it. I'm really concerned about the changes that were made. I spoke with staff during the break. I'm also concerned that the recommendations that the board made were not even considered, particularly how changing this use, because you're going from residential to commercial, and what's happening in these accessory buildings is no longer an accessory use to residential, it becomes a commercial use, and how the ADA requirements are affected, how requirements for gathering, folks coming in to the public, how we're going to regulate it. I personally live on a 1/4 acre of land, and am concerned that now maybe my neighbors will each open a restaurant on one side and maybe a convenience store on the other. So, you know, the traffic and the view that Councilman Rocket has of Okeechobee Boulevard will certainly change if we're going to allow businesses within our residential core. So I would respectfully request that you consider the recommendations that the board made and at least look into them. I mean, I think they were valid points, they were very well thought out, and our record is not that great with you guys. I mean, we meet and we talk about these things for many hours, and again, I recognize that we're only a recommending board, but there's a lot of knowledge and expertise that sit on that board. And you have a new member who is also just jumped right into it, but really, please, I'm asking you, because if there's going to be value to the boards who are volunteering and the persons who are taking the time out of their hectic schedules to do this, just to recognize what it is that we're doing and listen. I mean, they're excellent recommendations, and the conversations we had at the board regarding the manure dumping and how someone who is in violation of our code gets the opportunity to come and speak to you, and the next thing you know, we have zoning in progress, and the LPA is discussing things that the public really never had an opportunity to talk about, is a concern for the board. So I would ask you again, you know, you put us into place at recommendations of certain town people, and I would ask that you take us seriously, because we are taking our job very, very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Hall. And real quick before you sit down, I agree. You know, we're caught in kind of a thing. Our intent was never to open the doors to do this. We are going to readdress this. There was one issue of the gentleman doing something for 27 years who wanted to get back in business. And so that's kind of what happened. And so, yes, it's something that we're still learning. And, you know.
That's what we're here for.
Yes, yes. Robert.
Robert Hall, 47 on the board. I just wanted to ask the council to talk a little bit about what they might do about this problem.
Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to talk to staff and see what we can do about following that up. So anyway. All right. I've got town attorney, Mike.
I don't have any report.
Okay. Council members. No, there's nothing down here for Mark. You want to make a statement?
I'm good. I did not.
He wrote it, he didn't put it. Okay. Tom? Councilmember?
Good night.
Okay, Ron?
Quick question about the manure dumping. We know what's happening on North Road. Can we as a council ask staff to make it stop and be ceased until we get this under investigation? I mean, it's obvious he's not farming and he doesn't even live here. When you talk about a banana farm, we've got a banana farm off A Road, 60 acres, and they put it down the rows of the banana trees. They level it out when it comes in, and you know, I don't live too far from it, but I don't seem to have a problem from it. And I do believe the state allows 18 inches if you're bona fide ag. Now, we do have a way of measuring 18 inches. Come on. You know, you can go out there with post hole diggers, you can go out there with a stake, whatever you want. If the guy's got more than 18 inches, then I would think us as a town could do a stop and desist until we find out what's going on there, because something's going on that's crooked. The other thing is, she's right. I go to work at night. I go to work, I have to be at work at 6 o'clock. I leave at 5:30. And sometimes I want to be late because I see these dump trucks coming up B Road. And B Road is the most popular road because it's dirt and it's access from Wellington. They fly up B Road and then they split on Okeechobee. If they want to go over to A Road, they hit A Road. If they want to go over to C Road, they still shoot up B Road because it's dirt, and then move over to the farm on C Road. You know, we as a council, you know, we need to get with PVSO. We need to find that we've got hours of delivery and stuff. We should be able to pay the PVSO to bring in a deputy, cite them and fine them. And then I know we've got, I believe the last time I talked with Mark, there was 3 trucking outfits that have renewed their permits, I believe. Okay, there's more than 3 trucking outfits hauling into Loxahatchee Groves. And the other thing is, we talked months ago about limiting to stop all manure hauling in Loxahatchee between the months of January and January, February, and March. Okay, that's polo season in Wellington. This stuff is coming from the polo people. They've got plenty of money. Okay, we need to get some backbone, and the people are going to have to live with us. Okay, they're going to have to do without horse crap for 3 months. And we're going to have to make them detour their garbage to 20 Mile Bend. So I look at it as we need to keep from putting it off, and we need to do something about it. We need to direct our staff to do the research, find out if we can have them arrested, you know, or whatever. But let's put them in some direction tonight and help these people out.
I think Mark heard what we're talking about. So.
Yeah, let me
take a quick comment.
Sure. Well, as you know, council directed staff to prepare some amendments on February 5th. But those amendments have a tendency to basically loosen the current requirements that are in the code now. We talked with Mike. We have a game plan in terms of trying to write those things in. The property that the folks are talking about tonight, they did show us the proper information for the bona fide ag. But I understand exactly what Councilman Jarrell was saying. I don't think the remedy is cease and desist because we don't really have that. I would suggest that if there is a concern about that, we pull the permit. And then we just give them the stop order that way. I think that's probably legally more sufficient. And I think, maybe we need to discuss it at our next meeting, put it back on, because, we've already made a report to the planning and zoning as the LPA telling them we're going to be preparing an amendment. I'd like to stay that amendment, talk to you in April, and let's see where we want to go with this before we spend any more time on it. That's okay.
I think it's a good idea. Everybody all right with that?
I had another comment on follow, I'll let you comment on further.
Okay, we'll get down here. Any more comments?
Just 2 quick ones. Marcia, to help you out here, Lawrence Corning is heading this group up. It's his 501c or whatever, but I would like to know the results too, even though I didn't send him back a response. But if you get with Lawrence Corning, he should be able to give you an update. He's had plenty of time to get the cards back.
Why didn't you send yours back? Why didn't you respond?
You didn't get one, Ron. You didn't get one. Ronnie and I got one.
Oh, okay, my son got one. I'm sorry. It was addressed to him, so if I would have responded, I would have been lying. It says Junior on it. The other thing, Bill...
She keeps you straight.
Yeah, Bill made, she does keep me straight. Bill made a comment about the ponds on Southern Boulevard. Just for the information, we had a pond that was sufficient to drain these people on Tangerine Drive. That pond was allowed to be covered in. Now, I noticed that somebody along Southern said they don't want a pond because of mosquitoes. Come on, give me a break. Hey, if that pond's in Loxahatchee, we can take care of the mosquitoes. But the ponds along Southern Boulevard will relieve the flooding for our residents north of Southern Boulevard. There's no doubt in my mind. We can route the water to the pond, and it can go to the C-51. The other thing, just a quick, and Mark, I should have caught you under management, and I apologize. We did, can you give us a 1-minute update on the RFQ, or do we have to wait till the next agenda?
The RFQ or the ITB? Invitation to bid?
maintenance of the roads for the bid,
Invitation to
right?
bid, yes, we did have, we had a bid opening, last Friday afternoon. We received, I think it was a total of 5 responses. We're in the process of reviewing them now. Water Control District was one of the proposers, one of the respondents. We had an interesting situation. There were a couple of respondents that didn't necessarily follow the letter of the bid, so we really need to look at all of them. And we'll be coming back in a couple weeks with the findings that we have, and so then we can move forward if so desired.
All right. Moving down to, Ryan.
Just want to congratulate Dave and Jim on their re-election, and good night.
Jim.
To add into the discussion on manure, I guess if I was to ask you, Mark, what you can do, you've already suggested you can pull the permit. We have certain criteria that are part of this process and measurements. Do you need somebody to ask you or to file a complaint to say, go measure the depth? Do you need somebody to ask you to do that, or can you do what is already in our ordinance and go back and check to see if you need boots, I got boots. But if we need to go and measure the depth, it's simple as that, then Brady probably had boots. Let him go do that. If you want me to get a post hole digger, I think Ron has one. But can we not do things without having to be asked? Because we have a problem there.
Take a deputy.
In relation to that question, no, we don't. In fact, you may remember we did a policy on code enforcement, and the council rescinded the policy. But in that policy, I indicated to town council that we always treated the manure issue on a proactive basis only because of the nature of it, because we had to. You get a complaint, haulers in, they don't have a permit. Now, we handle it in several different ways. We do have 3 people that track it for us. The first is through our code enforcement vendor, but I try not to use them until that's the last resort. Braden, sometimes we'll go out. I know he's communicated with Mr. Hall. He's been out to that property several times. And also, Mr. Shiola, our independent public works contractor, does do that type of code enforcement work for us. He's not writing up, but he's going ahead and checking whenever we have a complaint. So if there is a property where we need, if the issue is spreading, even though we can get somebody out there and have it checked, and no, we don't need a complaint. We'll move on.
All right. Now, the other thought, I think the problem, I guess, became a real problem from Robert Hall's perspective is what we heard a lot about the flies. Is it something to consider where potentially, if we have this unlimited type of dumping, or if there's a threshold that's broken, that we require spraying of the site for flies to either kill them if they're there or kill them if they are landing there and then leaving. I don't know what application might be available, but my thinking is if you dump a couple of loads of manure and spread it, that should not create a lot of flies, as what Mr. Hall has described. I mean, it reminds me of the movie Birds. You couldn't get away from them. And that's not something we should sit by and do nothing about. So I don't know if it's something that we need to add, but certainly understand, is there something that we can do in terms of if there's a large number and it's modified ag and we don't interfere with what they're trying to do, maybe there's a requirement that they also treat for that type of a problem so it doesn't become a swarm of flies. So if there's something else that we can do or add, I'd like you to look into that. But certainly, Braden, if you're going up there, if you happen to be tapped to go measure, I'd like you to call me. I'm coming along. I want to see how deep this is.
Good point, Vice Mayor, and I would say that, number one, I don't think I had any disagreement with council when I mentioned it. We're going to pull that permit right now because of the problem we have.
Okay.
Secondly, I think the changes that council adopted last year as it relates, I think it's 21203 is the ordinance, were pretty good changes. Now, we had a lot of complaints and a lot of whining by the haulers because they didn't like paying the additional amounts for the loads over 20 that we currently have in the ordinance. And, I mean, you know, we were enforcing it, and they weren't happy, but I think in this case, in this particular case, I think the abundance of flies, and that's happening because, again, now you have a limited amount of loads being delivered to the site. So I think, that's why I think we need to revisit it and discuss it again on April 2nd. We'll pull the permit now, we'll go up there and we'll do another check on it, but I think it's really something, I think we need to look at our present ordinance, and I think that was a good start last year. So, you know, I think we just need to, before we do any additional work that's not necessary, I think we need to talk about that. I'll put it on the agenda for April 2nd for discussion.
Okay, I just don't want you waiting until April 2nd to do anything.
Oh, no, we're not.
That's all made clear.
We're going to move forward.
We'll come back in April 2nd, give us some really great ideas maybe, but let's get something done between now and then. Other than that, I mean, I appreciate all those that came tonight, and obviously not everybody's still here, but there was a great amount of interest that we know was about the issue of the college, and we know there's still a lot of interest as to that issue. I'm glad that the council reached the decision that it did, and but I do thank everybody, no matter what your opinion or position is, for certainly coming and spending time with us tonight.
Okay, I've got, before I make my comments, I got 3 public comments, or past public comment, but we'll make it quick. And Ken Johnson, real quick, and then I've got Nina, and then Virginia. So make it quick as possible.
Okay, on, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, following up on what Mr. Gerald said about the dumping, I want to know whose phone number I need, because I see these trucks coming out of Wellington, up B Road, hauling manure, almost on a daily basis and multiple times a day. So, I mean, they pass right by us, they pass right by the Parkers, well, they're gone now, but you know, you see them all the time. And Virginia, I need your phone number. Maybe I should call you and tell you they're on their way.
You don't have to tell me, I know when they're there.
You know, but I mean, I'm serious. It's a problem, and it comes right up B Road, some more cut-through traffic that we do not need, and plus, we absolutely do not need the manure. So, thank you.
Load the bridge. Virginia.
Load a bridge.
Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. I want to emphasize the issue is not with the depth of the manure. Braden is more than capable of coming out and getting the depth of the manure. The issue is, and perhaps I need to call Palm Beach County, in the ag classification that's existing, I find to believe they have 100% ag classification on that property when it's not fully planted. You're experienced, agricultural people. So there's something a little funny on that issue. The issue has been after hours dumping. The office is closed. After dealing with this for months, I took it upon myself to document it. It's been documented. The issue is they are not spreading 72 hours. Irregardless of if it's 18 or not, they are required to spread. The issue of the flies. My husband went out there today to try and do something covered in flies. No matter what, I don't know how you're going to get rid of the flies. I support agriculture. I support the use of compost, whether it's manure or whatever. But I do not support fronting as a banana tree farm when you're really an illegal waste site. So the main #1 issue here is the failure to plant the crop since November of 2011. So I think there's things, as Mr. Cutney suggested, pulling the permit that can be well documented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Virginia, I wasn't suggesting.
No, I know. I just want to emphasize.
The only thing, that I want something done, and if there's something we can do, let's go measure the depth, if nothing else.
That's not going to help in this issue.
I understand. The point is,
To get on the property.
we get the staff to do what they can do. If we need somebody after hours, that's a second issue that you need to address. But if we have ability to do anything, let's do what we can do with staff.
Hi, Nina Koniki Road. On a completely different note, I just wanted to have a clarification because it sounded as if we on the Red Act Committee made a motion regarding the document that you had in front of you. We did not. That was actually presented that night, and we chose not to make a motion. We did allow Mark to present it to you and have you have a look at it so that you won't be quite so dumbfounded. So I just wanted to clarify that because it sounded as if we had approved it. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, I agree with some of the comments, Marcia. There's got to be a better way to let people know. One of my concerns is honestly, and I love the fact that more of our people vote than any other community. You know, we blew them all away. My problem is, presidential election, we've got probably 1,000 of our 2,000 voters vote. That's great. In the election that Bill and I were voted in, the very first election, Marge was voted in, Dennis, there were 850 voters at that election. That was good. It was 100 more than for the corporation. You know, so there was good interest and there was good everything. This election we had a little less than 600. My fear is that if we called for a referendum right away, we might get 400 out. So all of a sudden, 201 people against 199 could determine whether we were liable. We would be in a lawsuit, you know, if we denied the college. But, you know, all of a sudden you realize it's less and less people. I wish there was some answer, not only to get people out, but to get people informed and voting. The other thing about the information, you know, is I love the little cards that get sent out. This is, what is your opinion on this, this, and this, and this? And I'm reminded of the time, this is probably 25 years ago, y'all know I go on about the old days, when the Water Control Board sent out a card, a survey, and they said, what would you like to do with our roads? And back then they were dirt.
They were wonderful.
They were wonderful. Thank you, Marcia. And they sent out a questionnaire, and they said, and they had this questionnaire, what would you like to do on your roads? And they gave, one was leave them dirt, and this is what it's going to cost. And another was upgrade them to gravel, and this is what it was going to cost. And the last item was pave them, and it was the same cost as leaving them dirt. So what happened is 60% of the people that responded said, pave them if it's going to cost the same as the dirt. What the little card didn't include was, well, we didn't include the substrate, we didn't include the guardrails, we didn't include, so all of a sudden we were back up to the $1 million a mile that it would have cost. Well, as soon as the cost came out, everybody says, I think I like my dirt road. And so, you know, that it's a good way of getting kind of an idea of where we're going, you know, and I think it's a good tool to use. But one of the problems is it's hard to get across. When you have like 7 meetings with the college and you talk about the things, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about, we've got concerns about this. How are you going to handle this? And we go back and forth, and all of a sudden it comes down to, with people that have not taken part in any of that, all of a sudden, well, let's have a vote on it. And so my concern is, you have a vote. I used to get on a friend of mine, and I'll leave it with one of the comments. I'll leave it with this. A friend of mine I used to bug him all the time. You need to vote, you need to vote, you need to vote. And one day he told me, wait a second. He says, before you vote, you get to know the issues and the candidates, and you know what they stand for and everything else. I said, you're right. He says, I don't, and I won't. So do you want me to vote? I said, you know what? You're right. Don't vote. Because if you're not going to learn about the issues, if you're not going to get informed, you know what? I'd rather him not vote. So anyway, and the other thing, and I know we have fun with it, blow the bridge. But listen, think about what that'll do to people along Collecting Canal, that all of a sudden everybody from A, B, C drive down Collecting Canal to D to get out.
That's why we need the light.
Yeah. So something like that. I know we're sort of joking about it, but
No, another alternative.
Yeah, the sheriff is gone, so if you want to say blow the bridge, I'm just afraid, Bill, the bridge blows. And, you didn't say that. Cancel the explosions. But it does change. You know, you do one thing one way, and it changes traffic patterns, and all of a sudden you affect somebody else.
Make it a toll road.
There you go.
Yeah.
That takes care of the manure, too. So anyway, thank you all for coming, and Good move.
Well, I'm going to send out to the land. No, I don't, and I will be contacting them. Let me show you something. Well, I got my lines, I got my yellow lines, you don't have any. Yeah, and they reported it, the residents, and they keep coming up with loud music, lots of public urination. He came and talked to me and several of the neighbors.
They're a little greener than what you had.
I know they're not going to fit in. They're a lot greener.
Everything else is green.
I'll just let them get a little yellow.
Rely on the wall. Stay on top of it.
Yeah, I'm going to get some.
You didn't need big ones. You didn't need 25 gallons. All right, I think we come, we have a Happy birthday, brother.
Whether it was once every connected with your parking lot, or rather go to the door. Because now if you
Hey, I agree.
I
Good point, Ron.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good win.
When we told them, remember, we told them, we said, we'll send it out in the comments.
I am taking a piece of cake.
Well, I'm not done disputing that. You got it.
Oh, you don't have the copies of the letters that Jim read from with the sign? Are you taking that?
No, I have, I mean the letter you read from the lady, from the one woman.
You have this from Jim?
But remember you read
Yeah, I
the
read
lady?
it. Yeah.
Do you have that?
I don't have that.
Give me that.
All right, we'll
All
talk
right, I'll
tomorrow.
talk, yeah. Virginia, do you want to get us? Did you get that?
Who can I talk to when it comes to the ULDCs? Oh, yeah, I got mine, yes. When it comes to the ULDCs, can I go to each council and talk to them individually?
Not until earlier,
I know, don't tell that.
Can I go to?
I'll never live that down.
I'm surprised they're, I'm surprised there's not,
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, I know, it's like, I just, yeah.
She can speak to any, Mark.
I can speak to any councilman individually on the ULDC stuff. I'm just asking.
But you can't tell.
No, not the mayor of another. Right. So, like, yeah, that last item that we walked on, we're not setting a precedent there, so the rest of them don't walk on items at every meeting, right? I mean, I caught that, but that was walked on. And discussed with everyone, and I'm like.
All right. Thank you.
Hopefully Thursday night will be short.
I'll try. I apologize, I'm going to get that heads up in the definition of this one.
Well, I took a piece of
Oh, right, she deserves it.
Just, I mean, he's probably a public official. These are well-intentioned people. And we put out a bunch where they have the rest of the church. We don't want to run people like that. We don't want to
I agree.
make it difficult for them.
I think that's why they have the bylaws. I think
Right.
I want to rethink what they're going to get.
And it seems like we're using, like talking about it. Jim's like, well, you can throw it in there. I'm like, no,
All
I
right.
think you just have something.
You know, the cake went over kind of, oh, Kim, I didn't even realize that.
What's that?
Well, all that what I told you is still waiting. I mean, it's not.
Oh, it's not
still
over,
gonna be
yeah.
Big, fast.
I have a feeling he's after that whole.
See, what happened is our charter, the supervisor elections looked at our charter and she said, you can't be on your canvassing board. Your charter specifically names who is on it, and that is you and the council members that are not.
Right, up for election.
Therefore, everything that we do here that requires a canvassing board requires you and all your canvassing board members to be there. I cannot act as a member of your canvassing board like I do for every other municipality. Every other municipality only sends the clerk, and then Susan Booker is there as part of the canvassing board. They are the canvassing board. Us, no, all of us have to go. I explained it to him, I told it to him, I sent them the dates, I summarized the dates, I sent them the dates, I called them for the dates, and on election night.
Well, you know what, I think though, if they gave us an affidavit, and we found out that they were going against us, I think we could still take that
Well, I
to
can't
the special
remember.
magistrate.
But,
Get a finding after the fact,
on
then they do it again, and you
post-election
get it for
audit.
repeat violation. That's big bucks.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing that has been suggested here as well, I think failed to report out. And since 2000, it is a small amount, they failed to report out any sense, so you can't pay to the
Yeah, Amy, you know this.
So I think Mark can just find a way to improve our budget. Really? How believe this? Off the record, I thought that's my husband's.
Virginia, have a good night.
All right. Good night, Brady.
Good night.
So Braden, how'd you make out with Bill?
Good, I kept him informed. I told him you'd probably give him a call after if it wasn't too late. I'll throw it in the trash.
Did he answer any specifics, or just?
No, actually, Perla was screaming in the background. They were really
Are they still gonna do
asking
an
about
election because
that.
of this?
Did you talk to
The
me all day, or
ordinance.
was it?
Yeah, so Bill called in the morning when you were with, Rocket. Oh, yeah, earlier in the afternoon. And I said, from the moment I talked to you, he's been tied up, so. But yeah, they were asking about the ordinance that P&Z turned down 5. I said, you'll never believe they made it even looser.
What they say?
They said, Bill said they just don't understand. I was, when I told.
Too bad Grace wasn't here.
Well, I told her at the break, she said, what happened? I missed it. I said, you're not gonna be happy. I said,
Do you think I adequately conveyed what happened? I did say I agreed with the P&Z in about a point.
Yeah.
And how much more can I say without, you know?
I mean, to allow unlimited employees, deliveries by semi-truck, you could have milk trucks, Cheney Brothers trucks.
She was like this close, she just knows, you know. And he said, well, we can do it all over. She said, yeah, we can do it all over. I will real.
Why did he get BTR last year?
I don't know if he was selling guns for 27 years. He had an airport business or some of those years. Yeah, but I know, you're right, but the main way that he says it, something to do with that.
That's why I wrote that to Jim too. I said,
Oh, boy. I hope
they wanna fit in
it doesn't come to that. I hope it doesn't.
You can't fit them in because their evidence for you being a historical business is solely a BTR. They say you can be non-conforming or, even illegal use as long as you have a BTR. Well, this BTR was last year, so it's not historical.
That's true.
So,
That's true, it's a good point. We're gonna have to look at that whole thing now, go over it, see what the hell we do with it. Hi, Sue. Oh, I know, the list grows with every meeting. I'm gonna have you give me the things to do list like Jan used to, they're growing again.
I'm gonna need the town or Perla to get me some overalls and galoshes.
Oh, I know, you're
so I
gonna
can
need
go
that.
out and step through the manure.
And we're gonna need armbands and police and all that, remember to tell them.
I told him I was putting it there today.
Yeah, it was really good, okay?
Great.
I thought it was. Like that, I think I know that.
Megan Icon. Public comment during closing comments?
Yeah. A second wave of public comment.
Stop allowing public
I know.
comment with us. Jeez.
I love how they acknowledge, well, we are past that time, but
We'll do it again.
I like how they wanted me to comment, they were gonna comment in the end, that's not the way our agenda is.
The 3-minute timer worked out well, too.
You know, next time I'm doing it, I'll do it. Yes.
Sue, the 3-minute timer, what happened?
Do you want to go to the community yard sale with me?
I was gonna say, I haven't seen a yard sale permit.
And also, you know, how about the, we got it from the manure field, all the stuff that got ruined, and now they're gonna sell it at a sale. Oh, baby. I didn't do it.
It's a waste of time. As soon as the 3 minutes is up, it'll silence everybody.
Yeah. Do you have a complaint filed on the roof? From the roof?
I haven't seen it.
We need to do that. Okay, because,
thank you.
Are they squeamish about being part of the line? Yeah, if you heard something happen to me last meeting, I mean, I got neutered again.
But they have, I think they had to be fired.
Did they find him?
I don't know what the outcome of that was. I think TBSO couldn't do it because it was tobacco.
If my meeting doesn't run too long, you will be there, you're gonna try to get over here, you're gonna call me. See if I can get over, yeah.
The public safety issue, we can act on it, but I mean, I don't know how we determine.
Well, if it's going on the weekends, we might have to have, you know, Russ go out on the weekends, you know. Probably gotta be careful, it's gotta go out with sheriff's deputies, yeah, that kind of activity.
Right,
Well,
right.
it's too,
It's long.
it's too much.
Are they there? No. I know who it was. She left her keys on someone's, inside someone's windshield.
All right, well, yeah, talk to me, Steve, let me know if you.
I don't know how you want this packed, so.
The other option is to bring, the only thing I can do now, based upon the last direction to me, is to bring it over and then today, you know, that's the other.
Well, I'll see if I can get Klaus to bring it up Thursday. You know, maybe I'll let her
You wanna pile in?
Yeah, I'm gonna put this
For
Okay, but it's been going on. So it sounds like it's getting crazy.
I had to go hunt this down. It was in their storeroom over there. Okay, wait. Wait a second. The last hour that I was at work
I know, I felt bad because I felt bad because Jim and I are locked away behind closed doors at the moment, so.
Oh, there's the timer.
Time's up. Oh, the
I would
time's
just
up.
like to ask, does he have a set of boots?
I got it.
Do I? Yes.
Oh, bibs? Oh, okay, I think it's bibs. We might have to go out, you should go for it.
Bill overalls and boots.
Jim's gonna have us out there tomorrow.
Just push it, stop. They're on the back. That's a 3 minutes.
Thank you, thank you for being with that last thought, Dean.
But I thought it might be all set.
Yeah. Certainly graphic and vivid.
So at least we know they're on board with buying the boots.
Consider that your permanent.
Yeah.
You can send Sue out as your assistant, you know?
Sue, you always say you want to go out on the road.
I do.
You're gonna regret that.
That's waiters, though, the waiters.
Well, that's what we mean.
For a mom boost.
You know what? Spray paint, yeah, that'll be cool.
Heart rate. Yeah. Yeah, there was no blowback from the affidavit. Are they?
Yeah, I think that's what if you think
well, that's essentially what their lawyer is saying. We don't know what Charter said. What do you say? Wow, Brandon! Man! Where did you think out of the box now? Well, I like it, Brandon. I like it. Does Jim have to take if he pays his way down? There's no cake up if you took him $100. Why, you want? No, I was just wanting to see how close I'd be in accuracy with it. Well, we all start me down now. Do you see Jerry's son? No. Got it. Come on. Carving it up. I mean, pop the pants. Hey. I saw it. Way to go. Glad we was carving it. Dinner and then nice snack. We did. That's what I'm saying. You did pizzas. It's really good. I got a thing for the mayor. He wants to show, get everybody $10 a head. Everybody wants to show. Pizza. How much is that? Booze and pizza. Yeah, there you go. Pizza. No, ethics and pizza. That's what they were doing. Ethics. Won't that be good? That's a nice thing. Ethics and pizza. I like that. You know, I think Jess will like it. We're gonna have ethics and pizza, and then on another night we'll do Inspector General. Where was Jess? Tonight. I thought he was gonna show. That's right. He was gonna come and give us our whole wall of it. Scott Marshall tonight too, and they're suggesting I should be out there measuring manure.
Well, you know what I did? I'm so sorry. I just thought Mr. McCray was talking about our canvassing board, and of course they all signed that. You know, these minutes.
Right.
I gotta say, I don't know what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Mike, I really do see you with that.
Yeah, that doesn't seem good.
We have council people that don't feel in the town attorney that doesn't listen to us.
Yeah, that's true. Very true. Well, I'm off. Yeah, tomorrow.
Get ready tomorrow, you'll be measuring manure.
I know. Well, that'll be my first order of business, dealing with all the crap.
We're gonna have to put together something to get some.
Yeah, but just sort of.
So what did she say to you? She would have to bring that up. How many people can spell your damn charter? You told me that they all signed it. And I said, you told him that they all signed it. And I said, oh, I thought he was talking about the fantasy board unit. Of course they all signed that. And never went to the paper. Nice word. We just call it, talk about it. And the thing is, basically, our town council left my name. And seriously, yes, you know, and for the post-election audit time, that's when it didn't come. So election night, I don't think that one came. You can't remember. And then for post-election audit, why did I just remember, I just want feeding on this information now. How do you know that's how you had to look at? You know, I don't know. Not,
Yeah, I saw him. What did he say to you in the meeting? I saw him walk up there.
Talking more about, where we're going tomorrow too. I think he's sweating it with the supervisor's license. I really do, man.
He was worried that it's gonna come back to bite him?
And you know what else? And then she,
That's good, yeah, don't get in the middle with her. She's dangerous. I went over to her and I told her about Denise as a courtesy. Because I know she was here. Not that I'm trying to curry any favor with her, but I just figured I'd tell her. As a gesture. And she was like, oh, she wasn't getting it at first. I said, I know, I was there in the office. I said, no, later on at night, her father died. He was like, you know, so she wasn't a fishy game. She doesn't give a shit. She was just, you know, she played that game. She played the, like you said, all the drama and. Yeah.
and you know, I don't think you're out there anyone understands because this office is out, there's not enough people anyway, and then when she's out,
Yeah, then you start that talking about things you do know, you know. Like, what are you doing?
you have to answer.
Nobody ever said we don't have the staff to do that. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
by the way, he took it to that point.
And Grady should have said, is that what I got my degree for? To go take down the lawn? Oh my God. Right. 11, yeah. I've been home a minute. Okay. Yeah, huh? Yeah, I'm sure I'm getting tired now. Mm-hmm. I think you'll do, but I'm saying for a novice, an outsider, you can always someone.
Well, think about who comes here and who listens to the meetings, right? I mean, you know, I'm not gonna get upset with this crowd because they're much.